Hello, I think. Let's see if everyone can hear me properly. Right, okay. If everyone can hear me, great, that's fantastic. Sorry, just waiting up for the chat to catch up on all of that. Let us begin then. So, as usual, we are operating on the principle of answering the live alternate history, etc. Patreon questions first, and then we'll be taking questions from the chat. So, let's get into that. Where's my list of questions? Here we go. Ow. Right, starting with Patrick Ocampo. He asks, assuming that Canada decides to begin developing a true navy, starting at Confederation in 1867, along with the necessary infrastructures to support it, what kind of navy would you, as the usual alternate history CNC, choose to develop for the fledgling nation, assuming no other major changes in timeline other than the goal of creating a world-class, or as close as you can get, navy manned by polite but dangerous Canadians? So the main problem you're going to have is that 1860s Canada has a very, very, very tiny population, and it expands quite dramatically over the next few decades until you get to World War One. So during most of that, you're not going to be funding all that much of a navy, just because there isn't the people, and therefore there isn't the tax base. Which, to be perfectly honest, is probably a good thing, because, as I've said many times before, that latter part of the 19th century is the era where, by the time you've decided on the design of a ship, built the ship, commissioned the ship, and got it over into service, it's probably already obsolete. So that's probably actually going to save a lot of time and money. But you can get an operational experience going. So if it's me as the CNC, bearing in mind obviously Canada has two coasts to take care of, I'd probably be ordering ships in threes. So maybe three mid-size ironclads, and you have one on each coast, and then your third one is the one that's in refit, cycling round. And then probably by the time you get up to maybe the 1880s, the protected cruisers starting to come in, I would probably order 3 small and 3 large protected cruisers, have them operating in pairs on the coast to replace the ironclads. The ironclads become training ships. And then you're going to get the development of the armoured cruiser, the pre-dreadnought battleship. At this point, Canada's population is still relatively small, so I'm probably not going to order any of those. Maybe I order a single armoured cruiser as the big flagship to sit on whatever coast I think is more important. But Canada's, if it's developing its industry to support a navy, that's immediately going to put itself economically and infrastructure-wise ahead anyway. But I would be kind of biding my time along those kind of lines until you get to the 1900s, because the Royal Navy is still going to be doing a fair bit. So effectively, my Royal Canadian Navy is going to be cooperating with the Royal Navy. Then, as the Royal Navy starts to draw down on its presence in Canada, because they're concentrating in Europe to meet the rising threat of Germany, as they did historically, leaving a bunch of naval infrastructure behind, that works for me. So I now have a much larger naval infrastructure, and I have a base of trained crew to work with. And at that point, depending on Canadian politics, because of course it was politics that shot down their idea of purchasing 3 Queen Elizabeth class, I would probably go, at that point, if I'm going, knowing that World War II is coming, I'd go for probably an armoured cruiser squadron, and then probably the World War I town class or derivatives, plus a couple of destroyer flotillas. That would be my make or break fleet. And if they don't want me to have the armoured cruisers, then, which I'm hoping they won't, because hopefully the idea is they'll push back on some of it, and I'll say, okay, well, instead of having a squadron of armoured cruisers, like 4 to 6 armoured cruisers, instead I'll order either a couple of battleships or a couple of battle cruisers, and they'll be my flagships. And then I've got, okay, it's not a full battle squadron, but I've got a couple of capital ships, I've got a squadron of light cruisers to escort them, and 2 flotillas of destroyers to provide a fleet screen and torpedo attack run. So I'm quite happy. That would be where I would put everything, I think. So that is Patrick Ocampo's question. Christian Slot Hulk asks, what would have made a greater difference, the Royal Navy having proper armor-piercing shells at the Battle of Jutland, or the US Bureau of Ordnance having developed a proper torpedo before World War II? In terms of a greater difference, probably the Royal Navy having AP shells at the Battle of Jutland, because Buord actually making the Mark 14 work from the start would help, but the US is still going to win the war. So, and it's not going to change the overall timeline of events massively. The Japanese will be shorter by more ships sooner, and their advance will be somewhat slowed up. But realistically, a working Mark 14 torpedo, the war's still going to be ending in 45. It's just going to be ending probably much sooner in 45. Whereas if the Royal Navy AP shells had worked at the Battle of Jutland, as I mentioned in a previous Drydock, or maybe it's one that's going up this month, I can't remember offhand, but actually running the numbers, if you look at where the hit locations were for the various shells at Jutland on the German capital ships, then you could very well end up with a significant chunk, at least half a dozen or more German capital ships sunk. That cripples the high seas fleet, and it's probably going to mean it's even more likely their orders to go for further missions will be even more restrictive. And the sheer reduction in numbers combined with those more restrictive working orders will then allow the Grand Fleet to detach some of its assets to go and help in other theatres, which will probably significantly accelerate the overall outcome of the war. Not that obviously battleships can't do all that much for the Western Front, but they can operate and wrap up other theatres that either might free up troops or force a decision that's more in the Allies' favour, and so on. And so this would be much better for the Allies in that case. So yeah, a more decisive Royal Navy victory at Jutland with working AP shells is probably going to have the greater effect on the war. So, where are we? Let's get rid of that one. Jackzilla197. This is a very long question. They wish to divide all the major powers during World War II into 2 sides, make for a massive melee in one of the theatres, Atlantic or Pacific. Which theatre would you pick? And assuming fleet carriers are banned, all previously converted fleet carriers have converted back into what they were before. And I forgot to put my phone on silent. Let's do that. So yeah, anyway, converted fleet carriers are converted back into what they were before. All ships work as well as they could. Each country gets to bring 2 escort carriers equipped for scouting only and anti-sub warfare. Logistics magically waved away. How would you divide the forces to make the fight as even as possible? Okay, so we're talking no carriers. Japan's picked up a Tosa and an Amagi. And to be honest, Japan's probably making the best out of this because they get a pretty decent battle cruiser and a decent-ish battleship out of it. The US get a couple of Lexington battle cruisers, and the British get the Courageous class back, which they really would rather not. Well, I suppose they get Eagle for a kind of second-tier battleship. Okay, so if you're trying to make everything even, it's going to depend vastly on the year, because if you're trying to make it an even surface action, In 1945, you basically want to pretty much pit almost everyone against the US, with maybe moving some of the powers with smaller numbers of capital ships like the French or the Germans over to the American side if there's a slight imbalance. Whereas in 1939, it's a very different story. And even, to be honest, in 1942 or 1943, in the mid part of the war, it's a different story again. Yeah, I mean, in 1939, the balance of power would be so vastly different. It's quite difficult to work that out. I mean, in theory, going into the war, although the treaty limits have expired, Britain and the US are within a shouting distance of each other in terms of numbers of capital ships, cruisers and such like. The Royal Navy's slightly bigger by number of hulls. The Japanese obviously are, I mean, they don't have the Yamatos in service by that point, but they're still fairly substantial. So it would probably have to be, well, pick either the US or the UK, but whichever side, one side probably gets Japan, the other side probably gets France, Germany and Italy. And then you might put the Russians in somewhere as a balancing factor, but I don't know exactly where you try to do that, because the Russian Navy is a fair bit different from what everyone else has got. So yeah, those would be my approximate backup. Sorry, I've just realised I didn't pour myself the iron brew. Right, there we go. Torino asks, so this is an alternate history one. 1866, following the Battle of Lissa and the actions of SMS Kaiser, the Royal Navy takes away the lesson that wooden ships are still somewhat viable and only held back by their inability to inflict damage on ironclads. As a result, the steamships of the line are given refits, stripped of unnecessary weight, and given lightweight modern weapons under the guise of becoming training ships, but in reality an emergency reserve force. And more of the specs. In March 1870, Britain, France, Italy, Russia and Austria-Hungary make a secret alliance to invade the UK. Britain recalls all its ironclads, but is outnumbered 2-1. As a result, the steamships of the line are activated and muster in southern ports. So it's basically a larger fleet of ironclads versus a mixed force of ironclads and, as far as can be, modernised regular ships of the line, but with weapons commensurate with 1870. Okay, so numbers are about equal. And yeah, they're using things like the 64-pounder. Now that's an interesting one, because yeah, if you've got something like the 64-pounder using 1860s, 1870 powder with steel shot, then, or even Palesia steel chilled shot possibly at that point, the weaker ironclads, the first gens like the Gloires and a lot of the smaller ironclads, are actually very vulnerable to the gunfire of the ships of the line, and their sheer size and numbers of guns that they'd be mounting would make them very, very dangerous. On the other hand, the more modern ironclads that are sort of got 6-8 inches of armour are going to be still relatively immune. I mean, but at the same time, you've got a huge amount of damage absorption. So I think it's probably going to come down to by 1870, considering the sheer number of ships involved. The one thing the Royal Navy is going to have as an advantage is it's going to be all its ships are used to operating together. This combined fleet is not used to that, so they're going to have some problems communicating with each other. Yeah, I think it's going to come down to who engages who. If this composite allied fleet manages to put all its best ironclads together into a single squadron, that actually favours the Royal Navy, because they can put all of their best ironclads in to oppose it, and have the sail ships with their modernised guns going after the weaker ironclads where they might still have a chance. Whereas if you're talking about basically 3 fleets sailing nearby each other, then there's going to be some strong ironclads in each one and a bunch of weaker ironclads in each one. I mean, Lissa does show that something like a ship of the line can take an awful lot of damage and still come out of it. But again, I think it's going to depend on also how aware the Allied navies are that the Royal Navy is doing this. If they're not particularly aware the Royal Navy is going to do that, and they've turned up mostly with solid shot for punching through armour, then the Royal Navy might will have probably a better than even chance, even ignoring the communications and coordination issues where the Royal Navy has an advantage anyway. Whereas if they're aware that that's what the Royal Navy is going to be doing in the first place, they might be loading up a lot more with high explosive shells and such like, which could be a lot more of a problem. So yeah, it's going to be very, very scenario dependent on that. But there are ways it plausibly could go where the British would have an overall advantage, and there are ways it plausibly could go where they would have an overall disadvantage. It's just the very, very specifics of it. Colin Williams. Okay, so this is a hypothetical World War II where Spain enters the war and tries to invade Gibraltar. And he says, where would Force H go? What losses might be suffered in the initial attack on the harbour? Spain attacking Gibraltar is not really going to go very well. Navally, Force H can probably beat the Spanish, what's left of the Spanish Navy after the Spanish Civil War, 6 ways from Sunday. I mean, the Spaniards are not going to last very long against a crack gunnery ship like Renown, let alone, actual airstrikes from Ark Royal. Gibraltar is built up as a quiet fortress as well. So it's going to depend on how much of this attack is a surprise, i.e. is the Spanish declaration of war, we've launched an attack on Gibraltar, or is there escalating tension and the British they're aware that something is coming? Because if the British are aware that something is coming, Gibraltar can hold out for a reasonable amount of time, and the naval battle's going to go very badly for Spain, of course, if Spain just happens to rock up outside and open fire before the British know what's going on. That's going to be a completely different matter, because, well, ships that are caught alongside are much easier targets apart from anything else. As far as how much can Gibraltar hold out, it depends how much Spain is willing to throw into this. If they're pushing relatively seriously, but with the forces they've got in the region, it can probably hold out a fair bit, especially with resupply. If the Spanish are just going kind of all out, all air force, all navy, all army, well, there's a lot of them, and there's only so much ammunition apart from anything else. Although it would be an incredibly bloody campaign. And no, I don't think you're going to have German, Italian, Spanish and French forces there. Spain, apart from anything, just doesn't have the logistics to support that kind of operation in that part of the country. I believe that's my wife's food. Can Operation Torch or an early incarnation with an attack on Morocco still be carried out? Yes, we know. Can Operation Torch still be carried out? No. You're going to have to deal with Spain first. In fact, Operation Torch might well be either a massive relief of Gibraltar or a retaking of Gibraltar, one way or the other. Will the Axis get Malta for free with the fall of Gibraltar and the renewed number of convoys? Not for free, but they probably will get it eventually. because otherwise those supplies for Malta would either have to be coming from Australia across the Indian Ocean and up through the Eastern Mediterranean, which some of them did, or they'd have to be going from Britain down the entirety of the Atlantic, looping back round up the other side of Africa through the Suez Canal and through the Eastern Mediterranean, which is going to take forever, relatively speaking. Would the Axis be able to transport enough material to flip the land battles that are any near-run things? Not that I'm a particular expert in the Desert War, although of all the land theatres of World War II, I'd probably have the most knowledge about the Desert War because, as I've mentioned before, one of my great uncles was, fighting most of it. So I got a lot of frontline accounts from him before he passed on. But broadly, my understanding of the Desert War was it wasn't so much the supplies situation per se, although the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy did a fair bit to interdict them. It was more that the ports in between Alexandria and the major Axis supply ports either didn't exist or were very, very low capacity. This is why Tobruk was one of the things that kept getting fought over. And so a lot of the campaigns can kind of be measured by build up lots of supplies, advance. Gradually, your supply train gets longer and longer. You start running short of supplies. The other guy's supply train gets shorter and shorter because you're pushing them closer and closer to their border or their major port. And then so their supplies start to build up more and more. Yours start to dwindle, and then they push back again. So simply being able to throw more ships into the theatre isn't actually going to change that unless you something like it's so good that they managed to send an entire railway and everything in there for them to move the supplies along. As far as take convoys going around Africa, it's probably like in the order of a month, realistically, with merchant speed travel times of the types that they have. Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to go well. It's not going to go well for the British at all. They can probably hold on to Alexandria if Operation Torch ends up relieving Gibraltar and then starts to roll everything else up. But it's going to be a fairly near-run thing based mainly around that supply situation. And Derp Squad pointing out, yeah, Torch may land in Portugal and say hello to Spain. That is a point, actually. If Spain gets involved on one side, Portugal is almost certainly going to get involved in the other just to stop Spain taking over again. So, yeah, that might also be a thing. It's going to depend, I think, on what the status of Gibraltar is. If Spain kind of does a sort of a rather telegraphed attack, gets beaten back rather badly, and then just kind of settles in for a long, drawn-out siege where they're not putting massive amounts of efforts in, Torch might be a massive relief operation to Gibraltar. Whereas if Gibraltar falls through, massive surprise attack, then you might well be looking at, landing in Portugal or something. Jalent asks, the Deutschland-class battleships at Jutland are replaced by the Deutschland-class cruisers - Panzerschiff. How would that affect the battle? That's probably not going to affect it all that much because the Deutschland-class pre-dreadnoughts are at the back of the line. And so the decision of Scheer to turn away in both instances is taken actually long before those ships get anywhere close to actually engaging. And the distances of those battle lines are such that unless we're using like absolute end of the war Deutschlands, the Panzerschiff ones, even having SeaTact or something isn't actually going to help them all that much because the range of early war SeaTact compared to if they're at the back of the German battle line, and so the radars are having to look past the entire German battle line, past the range they can actually see at, and then into the murk, it's actually probably not going to do all that well. The catapult-launched search aircraft might be helpful if they can communicate to Scheer that this is actually a thing that they can do quickly enough. But, yeah, the two turnaways were both decided before the pre-dreadnoughts could get into action. Where it might make something of a difference is when the German battlecruisers fall back through the German pre-dreadnoughts in the evening, and the German pre-dreadnoughts end up having to stave off the British battlecruisers. The Panzerschiff would be much better equipped for staving off the British battlecruisers for obvious reasons. I mean, they've got 2 extra guns, they've got more modern fire control, etc. They're faster. On the other hand, they've got much, much, much worse armour than even the pre-dreadnoughts, and there's only 3 of them at best, so whilst they would be individually more potent fighting ships, if they get hit by 12-inch or 13.5-inch fire, they really don't have much of defence or of anything. At night, yeah, this is the thing. At night, if they're able to somehow explain to Scheer what they are, what their capabilities are, then they have radar, etc., they could make quite a bit of a difference. But if they're just kind of teleported in 5 minutes before the Jutland action starts and they're stuck at the back of the German line, there's not really much opportunity for them to do all that much or explain to Scheer what they can do, apart from communicate spotting reports via radar during the night. If they're replaced much earlier, say 6 months earlier, so that the High Seas Fleet has a chance to get an idea of what their capabilities are, that would be a different matter. Or if they replaced, say, the Kaisers or the Königs at the front of the line, but not if they're at the back. And Lord Nelson asks, the 1905 Treaty of something, Bjorko, I think, is ratified by the German and Russian governments, so the July crisis of 1914 is resolved peacefully. But in 1915, the French government decides poor old Strasbourg shall be French again and uses tensions in Cameroon to declare war on Germany. In order to avoid German-Russian supremacy in Europe, Britain joins in on the French side, as do the Ottomans, who now have Sultan Osman I, while Austria-Hungary and Russia honour their alliances with Germany. How do you see this scenario coming out navally? I've got my own waiting service here. So, navally, the Russians are actually going to have gotten a little bit further along with the Borodinos. 1950. I mean, if we're talking about a year in, so the Revengers are all going to be under construction all the way up to Resistance. And whatever the follow-on successor to the Revengers is going to be under consideration, although probably that class will be curtailed. The Germans are kind of given up on the naval arms race, so, I mean, Almirante Latorre is probably on its way to Chile at that point. Almirante Cochrane will probably actually end up taking its place because it'll still be there. So overall, the Royal Navy is probably actually in a slightly better place. So because they're not getting Almirante Latorre, they're not getting Agincourt, which obviously has become Sultan Osman I, but they've got they've got all 8 Revenge class. So they're now entering the war with 13 15-inch gunships against none for the Germans, because Bayern and Baden will still be under construction. France is probably, I mean, they won't have completed the Normandies, but they'll be closer to completion. The Italians, the Italians will get their battleships when they get their battleships anyway. Austria-Hungary doesn't change much. The Russians are a bit of an open one, because they've got dreadnoughts. But what are they going to do? Is Russia going to send its dreadnoughts along through the Kiel Canal to join up with the High Seas Fleet? Or not? The Ottomans, now they've got dreadnoughts, can probably contain the Russians in the Black Sea. The Italians can contain the Austro-Hungarians. with some French help. I think it's gonna hinge on what the Russians do, because the Germans are actually going to be at a disadvantage at this point against the Royal Navy compared to where they were in 1914. But the Russians could, if they so chose, not necessarily make up the difference, but certainly narrow the difference. Got Jaeger pointing out the Russian 1915 program had some 16-inch battleships. Yeah, but it's going to take them a fair long time to actually complete them. So yeah, we do have someone taking note of all of the super chat questions, so don't worry, they will get answered. I'm just trying to get through the Patreon questions first. So yeah, navally, I don't think it's going to change all that much. To be perfectly honest, it's going to be a long staring match in the North Sea, waiting for someone to try and come out, but with the stakes even higher because both sides' fleets are going to be a bit bigger. Ian Kerridge, alternate history, the US never happens. Instead they go down the Dominion road like Australia. Would the Japanese even attempt World War II as it happened? If the US becomes a Dominion, or more likely a series of Dominions, because bear in mind, Australia wasn't the country of Australia for most of its colonial period. It was a series of separate states. That's why when Cerberus was sent out, it was literally the Victorian Navy, i.e. the Navy of the state of Victoria, not the Royal Australian Navy, because Australia hadn't federated itself together at that point. So, given that when they originally went independent, the US colonies were independent, each state was an independent state, and that's why they're called the United States afterwards. You are probably looking at probably either the US states as they kind of grew as independent entities, independent individual dominions. Possibly there would have been some move to federating them together in the latter part of the 19th century. But given that they would have had the better part of a century to grow apart, you're probably not going to see a USA as a dominion of the British Empire. It's going to be collections of states with similar interests working together. So the northeast coast states might be a group, the southern east coast states might be a group, the inland states will probably have 2 or 3 groups. But regardless, with that much additional population and industry at their as part of the overall British Empire, World War I probably doesn't happen, because Germany would be absolutely insane to even think about fighting Britain that has even half of the resources and industry of World War I USA, plus all the other historical British Empire holdings to call on. And then, in World War II, at that point, you're looking at basically, even assuming that World War I somehow does happen, your Washington Treaty is USA and UK. Look at the industrial capacity of those two. There's no way anyone was going to try to mess with that. Mr. V, FDR's idea of a US naval museum would be built in 1945. This is an alternate history. You've been selected to pick the ships for the museum. You can pick 2 ships from each class that were not turned into museum ships in real life. 2 frigates, 2 destroyers, 2 cruisers, 2 battleships, 2 carriers, and 2 subs. Which ships do you pick? So it's a US Naval Museum. They're not turned into museums, so I can't choose something like Laffey or the Sullivans. Cruisers, I'm definitely going to be putting Helena in there. What else would I put in as a cruiser? I kind of want to put an Omaha in just to keep something really old around, but there are other ships that had a lot better combat records. Maybe a heavy cruiser of some description. Maybe Salt Lake City. That actually saw a lot of action. So yeah, Helena and Salt Lake City. Battleships that didn't get to be museum ships. Well, with the States, that's actually quite difficult because a good chunk of your fast battleships have ended up as museum ships. Washington, I mean, come on, Washington sank Hiroshima, so that's got to be up there. That pretty much leaves you, because all the Iowas were museum ships, that leaves you with another South Dakota class in addition to Alabama, or one of the older ships. Probably West Virginia. I say West Virginia and Washington for my battleships. Carriers, Saratoga and Enterprise. Yeah, I think those would be my picks. Destroyers and frigates, it's somewhat harder because there's quite a lot of surviving destroyers and frigates, and they were picked for fairly good reasons. Kobold Party. Short version, what would a USS Olympia design lineage look like? Long version. If Olympia's fame was used as leverage to get a bit more cash from Congress so that the US could build new Olympia-like cruisers at roughly the rate they built battleships, what might these designs have looked like up until 1950? Well, technological changes are going to overcome that, and treaty limitations are going to overcome that by the 20s. So really you're looking at 1895 through 1920 is where you'd get a distinct design lineage. So Olympia, compared to other protected cruisers, as I mentioned before and in its video, somewhat more heavily armed, designed for very long range commerce raiding and interdiction. So, I mean, you look at some of the US actual armoured cruisers that they built with 10-inch guns, and it's probably going to be very similar to that. So a small number of fairly large and powerful but protected cruisers with significantly large weapons. So effectively almost like a pre-dreadnought protected cruiser, I guess. So you're probably keeping the 8-inch armament, because going up much more and you're turning into armoured cruiser territory. So twin 8-inch fore and aft, with the 8-inch gradually getting more and more powerful as time goes on. Probably upping the speed quite considerably, and a large secondary battery of 5-inch. So given the town class, given the town class displacement of the World War I towns, then what would be expected going into World War I, the kind of next generation Olympia style, will probably be pushing 8,000 to 9,000 tons, I would expect. And by the Washington Treaty, when everything comes crashing down, with the C class coming out and the D class coming out, then comparatively speaking, you're probably looking at a ship at 12,000 to 13,000 tons, which means they're either going to get grandfathered in somehow and quietly ignored, or else the Washington Treaty displacement limits might be predicated around that. Kind of a 12,000 to 15,000 ton cruiser with a couple of heavy gun twin turrets and lots of progressively more and more 5-inch. Stefan M. During pursuit of Bismarck, Rodney's engines give up, preventing the ship from taking part in the upcoming battle. Would King George V take on Bismarck alone, or would the British wait until further reinforcements can reach the area? King George V will probably still engage Bismarck, but they might change some of the other rules of engagement, because, for example, they told Renown not to engage unless and until both British battleships were fully engaged, and as it turned out, Renown kind of just hung out of the battle completely. Also, Ark Royal was ready to fly off another airstrike and didn't, because it was told to back off. So King George V might come into sight of Bismarck, and they've also got cruisers and everything. The thing is, they're running out of fuel, so what they might do is arrange via the tribals that were keeping Bismarck occupied overnight. They would probably then arrange for Ark Royal to fly off at least 1 or 2 airstrikes at dawn, in the morning to put more torpedoes into Bismarck. And if that didn't work, they'd probably keep up maybe bombing runs to suppress it or something with small bombs. And so in that much more damaged state, that's when King George V would enter the fray solo, but Renown would probably be hovering just over the horizon looking at it from the opposite direction, and as soon as King George V reports it's opened fire, then Renown would come in from the other side and hope that Bismarck didn't turn its attention to it before Bismarck starts losing weapon systems and fire control. That would probably be the most likely series of events. Jeremy Aller, King George V's guns didn't jam anywhere near as much as Prince of Wales's, the early one. Scorgy 95, alternate history. How would Bismarck and Prince Eugen have fared if Suffolk and Norfolk had close range with Prince of Wales and Hood during the Battle of the Denmark Strait? Would it have had a difference in outcome to the battle if the German ships were forced to split their fire? Possibly yes, possibly no, depending on how good everyone's target IDs are. Bearing in mind at this point Bismarck is trailing Prince Eugen, and Suffolk and Norfolk were basically only about 10-15 minutes away in terms of time sync and actually getting engaged in the first place. So it doesn't require a massive change in the timeline for that to happen. Now, say they're going to be coming in from the opposite side. It's going to depend largely on who they engage. The weird thing is, if they get their engagement targets, quote-unquote, correct, then things probably don't change too much. If they realise that Prince Eugen is forward and engage Prince Eugen, well, that's not actually going to change anything fast enough for Bismarck shall not to find Hood. So Hood will still explode. Prince Eugen may well be crippled by the combined fire of Norfolk and Suffolk, but Bismarck is still going to be going off on its own. Prince of Wales will have been losing too many guns, and Suffolk and Norfolk aren't going to take on Bismarck solo. So in that respect, that wouldn't change things. If, on the other hand, Norfolk and Suffolk do the same thing that Hood did and get the target IDs wrong, except that and they think Prince Eugen is the one at the back, so they engage the rear target, and it turns out they're actually putting 16 8-inch shells after Bismarck. That might change things, because Bismarck's got to do something about that. It can't just sit there and give two heavy cruisers open season to basically stab it in the back repeatedly. And either it has to switch its fire to them, in which case Hood probably doesn't get hit because it's not being fired on, or if it just keeps on firing at Hood, then it's impossible that whilst the 8-inch shell hits obviously aren't going to threaten the watertight integrity of the ship by breaching the armour, they're shooting at the backs of turrets, they're not shooting at the backs of turrets, they could hit the backs of turrets, they could hit fire control positions, they could hit the bridge, they could hit the secondary batteries, etc. And that, again, might force something to happen from Bismarck, to force Bismarck to turn, to alter its firing patterns, to do something other than the unique set of circumstances that leads to the destruction of Hood. So it could have made a difference, but it would actually have made a bigger difference if Norfolk and Suffolk actually pull the same mistake as Hood, and they ending up shooting at Bismarck instead of Prince of Wales. Ace asks, if the war in Europe never kicks off, Roosevelt is replaced by an isolationist in 1940. Come 1941, Japan wants to expand its territory, gets a neutrality guarantee from the US not to interfere in any Pacific war. How does the Japanese Navy fare against the combined naval forces of France, the Netherlands, and the UK in the Pacific? So if there's no war in Europe, and somehow the US is not interfering, I mean, it's not going to go tremendously well for Japan. I mean, granted, they're more likely to get their decisive battle much earlier because, well, the Netherlands don't have capital ships, but France and the UK will definitely put capital ships as well as carriers into that kind of Western Pacific, Eastern Indian Ocean area, with an intention to resist the Japanese. So that'll bring the Japanese out to fight, and it's going to be... I think it would depend greatly at that point on who gets to say to the Japanese Navy, this is how we're going to fight the battle. Because the 1940-41, they don't quite have yet the Yamatos in service yet. So is the Japanese battleship faction going to win out and go, right, well, we're going to go in, the carriers can support us, but we're going to have our glorious decisive battle gunfight? Because their doctrine with the night attacks and everything probably isn't going to work very well against a Royal Navy that's trained in night action and has radar. And then in a straight-up gunfight, the French probably would, in 41, 42, they're probably able to send Richelieu out along with Dunkirk and Strasbourg. The Royal Navy's probably coming with everything but the kitchen sink. The Dutch will be providing cruiser and destroyer support. So in a straight-up gun action, the Allies I would probably give a fair advantage to. And they've probably got enough carrier aviation and fighters, even if not particularly necessarily brilliant fighters, to break up Japanese air attacks enough for the Japanese to see that the surface gunfight is lost and go home. But if the Japanese carrier admirals went out, they said, no, we're going to hit them hard with our carrier strikes first and then follow up with the battleships, then that could be a very different story depending on where they're caught. I mean, if worst case scenario, a lot of British AA is malfunctioning like Prince of Wales's was because of the weather, the heat, they haven't had a chance to rectify that, and then you get the carriers launching relatively small caps, in comes massive Japanese air assault from their carriers combined with air assault from their land units, and significant numbers of Allied ships are lost at sea with no chance of recovery. So yeah, again, it's going to depend. I mean, it's theoretically it's Japan's battle to lose, because they do have that fairly decisive carrier advantage in that particular scenario, but there are certainly many ways which plausibly they could lose it, or the Allies might be able to decline the battle in some manner, especially if the Japanese look at it and go, oh, big battleship, not decisive action. Even if they're planning on using carriers the next day, if they try for their night attacks and they run into the Royal Navy with its own night fighting doctrine and radar, the Long Lance is still going to be a massive surprise, but that could end very, very badly for the Japanese surface forces, which might then cause them to cool off somewhat. It's going to be all over the place. Morten Bernholt Rasmussen, can you name 2 to 3 episodes where small tactical decisions or outcomes had a major strategic impact, i.e. kind of a historical bottleneck? Chips.
There were 2.
Okay, 2 to 3 episodes where tactical decisions or outcomes had major strategic outcomes. Well, I mean, you could probably look at it and say Admiral Marshall's decision to go against his orders and go hunting Glorious. Now, that might seem a relatively small tactical thing in the overall scheme of things, but Glorious was one of the big Royal Navy carriers early on in the war. So if Glorious wasn't lost, then Glorious would be around for future actions. So Glorious might be around for the Bismarck hunt, Glorious might be around for operations in the Mediterranean, and so on and so forth. An extra large fleet carrier hull would be very useful for the Royal Navy, especially since Courageous had already been taken out. that would be a fairly strategic outcome of the whole thing. Then what else could you have as a small decision? Well, I guess a very small tactical decision, which might have had a major strategic impact, would be when Enterprise was coming back to Pearl Harbor on the day of Pearl Harbor. If everyone had gone looking the other direction and come across the Japanese Kiributai, I don't think Enterprise's air group on its own could have done a tremendous amount, assuming the Japanese were waiting for them, but the Japanese might not have been waiting for them if they were still in the middle of recovering aircraft, or they just flat out weren't expecting an American carrier counterstrike. The dive bombers, certainly at least, could have had a rather interesting major strategic impact in either denying the Kiributai some of its ships very early in the war, or at least damaging / disabling them, which might end up with them, again being not able to bring, say, as much force to bear at Coral Sea as they did historically. And that's going to change the overall outcome of the war generally, because then all of a sudden that's a kind of a domino effect. William Bradley, what were the principal modern battleship and cruiser classes of the prospective Anglo-American War at the time of which it was, in your opinion, most likely to occur? So the hypothetical Anglo-American War, this is if the Washington Naval Treaty doesn't happen, and we're talking about the late 1920s, so you're basically looking at the interwar battle fleet. So you're Pensacola, Northampton, Portland class heavy cruisers for the US, probably just about County class for the British. Light cruisers, it's going to be the Omahas versus the Ds and Es and the Hawkins and the C class. Destroyers is pretty much just Wicks, Clemsons, and early Admiralty type A and B, etc. A lot of V&Ws left over from World War One. Carriers are only just about going to be coming into service, so the British will have a carrier advantage in that they have things like Furious and Argus and Eagle and Hermes. The Americans will only just about be bringing the Lexingtons online. And then battleships is going to be the Washington Treaty battleship force. So for the Americans, apart from Arkansas and one or two others in the late 20s, is basically going to be all the 14-inch armed American battleships plus the Colorados, and the British, it's going to be all the 15-inch armed ships plus the Nelsons, and similar to how the US would have Arkansas, Utah and Florida at that point, you're going to have the Iron Dukes still floating around there as well. Doctor Irrelevant, alternate battle of Dogger Bank. Blucher sent to the Mediterranean instead of Goeben, so Goeben is with Hipper at Dogger Bank. Von der Tann's refit is completed ahead of schedule, so she's ready as well. Due to miscommunication at room 40, Beatty's informed that another German battlecruiser has entered Drydock and one coming out, so he sets out with the 5 battlecruisers he historically had. Assuming that everything else follows its historical course up till the two forces sight each other, how does the battle go? How do Beatty and Hipper suddenly react with finding themselves in an even fight, and what are the larger repercussions? I mean, Hipper's still going to withdraw, because Hipper wants to lure as much of the British forces into the killing grounds of the massed German guns. He won't be quite as kind of runaway, open the range as much as possible as he was historically, because he has much, as you say, he has a much better fighting chance. But Hipper is going to basically, Hipper is not stupid enough to think that if he goes into a fair fight with the British battlecruisers, even if he wins, he's going to realise that his own force is probably going to be badly depleted, which negates the whole purpose of the German strategy of whittling away the British numbers, because even if he wins and he sinks 4 or 5 British battle cruisers in exchange for maybe 2 to 3 of his. Overall, that favours the British because the Germans no longer have really an effective first scouting group, and the British can supplement their battlecruiser numbers with battlecruisers like Princess Royal and Australia. So he is going to still try to lure the British back onto the High Seas Fleet to ensure that they can be taken out with a minimum possible amount of fuss. Whether or not he succeeds in doing that is an entirely different matter. It depends very much on what, if anything, the shells that otherwise hit Blucher and crippled her do to whichever ship the Germans have in the rear instead. But he might be able to lure Beatty further on, certainly, but at the same time, given that Lyon got knocked out of the battle anyway, and then Beatty tried to direct for a long time from Lyon, the British might end up just kind of giving up the pursuit at some point, regardless. But certainly the British will take more damage. It's just a matter of exactly how the scenario works out. Bill Cunningham says, my new channel, Vintage Car History, was very much inspired by and in many ways modelled after your format. Yes, thank you very much. I did mention that channel in the Drydock if you like cars. What advice would you give to someone wanting to start out their own YouTube channel to ensure success? That's a fairly large question. I don't know about success necessarily, because that is down to each individual person and their... Yeah, it's a very personal thing. But I would say if I had to pick out sort of top things based on my experience to try and get a YouTube channel off the ground, it would be pick a subject you're actually interested in and has a fairly broad depth of things to research. Don't chase after something that's popular. There are so many dead YouTube channels that were like, oh, Minecraft is popular, Fortnite is popular, a lot of gaming stuff, or something very, very niche is popular. Maybe some element of history or some element of all sorts of other interests, art or whatever, that basically you can actually define this is pretty much all there is to this. So you run out of material. Because chasing popularity, trends, those trends will run out eventually. And chasing something that's very niche, you'll run out of content eventually. I mean, theoretically, you will eventually run out of content even with naval history. It's just a massive, massive field, so it's going to take you quite a while. So, yeah, pick a subject that's got a fairly broad field to dive into and something you enjoy. Because something you enjoy, you'll keep going at even if it takes a while for your channel to grow to any appreciable size. I mean, this channel had less than 1,000 subscribers for, like, I think well over a year before various videos started to sort of pick up and started trending. So, yeah, it's got to be something you enjoy, something you're willing to stick at for the long haul, even if it seems like you're not getting success. And I think this is the other thing, at least for me, and bear in mind, this is all subjective, so take it or leave it as you will. The other two big things would be, one, make sure you have your presenting style worked out and that your presenting style appeals to your audience. It's all very well saying, well, this is just me, take it or leave it. Great, fine, but if you're not very good at presenting your material, a lot of people on YouTube will leave it, and then you're not successful. So, yeah, kind of work... Either make sure you've got a decent presentation style and skill, and if you don't, work on it first. First impressions count an awful lot. The other big thing, as I say, is to be perfectly honest, going into YouTube, at least from my perspective, do not go in with your primary goal being, I want to make lots of money off of YouTube. Because at first, unless you've already got pre-established channels, or you get loads of backing from other channels, or you've got loads of financial backing behind you already, you're not going to be launching to massive great success in the first 6 months. It's very unlikely. Whereas, yeah, I guess the thing would be, do it because you want to do it, because you enjoy the subject matter, and make sure that you have another means of supporting yourself, at least for the basics, until you can work out whether it's going to work out or not. Don't kind of throw your entire life, schedule, work, etc. out on a limb and go and just chance it on YouTube, because that way lies the desperate, and the desperate channels are very easy to pick up, and maybe by some absolute happenstance it might work, but most of the time it isn't. And you might notice on my channels, I try and run the channel the way I would like to see another channel run, and I understand why people do it, but nothing to me grates more, even on a channel I really like, than the standard, please like, please subscribe, please hit the notification button, here's my Patreon if you want to support me on Subscribestar, and blah, 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 and we have t-shirts and all of that standard stuff you hear on every single channel, every single video, every single time, and it gets annoying. I don't know if I'm alone in that. I do not understand why more. Maybe everyone finds it annoying. Maybe I'm just the only one who's saying it. But I just find it so irritating, because I think to myself, if people like your channel and your content enough to subscribe or to become a patron or to buy your merch or whatever, they're going to do that because they like your channel. They don't need you to tell them that every single video. And if they weren't going to do it, reminding them every single video is just going to irritate them and make them even less likely to do it. So don't do it. I mean, maybe it works. Maybe I'm missing out on something. But for me, it irritates me. So I think, well, yeah, if it irritates me when other people do it on channels I watch, then why would I do it on my channel? Because I know then I'm going to be irritating the people who are watching me, so I don't. So yeah, I think those would be my main things. Broad topic that you like, and I'm happy to stick with. Don't launch into it and expect it to be your lifeline, and don't be really begging and needy. Yeah, it's just, yeah. With the sponsorship stuff, I can understand, because the sponsorship stuff for some channels is what's needed to keep them afloat. But even then, as I say, that part, I mean, keeping the lights on is one thing. If someone's prepared to give you money so that you can keep the lights on, and the channel may not otherwise allow you to keep the lights on for whatever reason, then okay. But as you've also noticed, I try and limit the sponsors to ones that are actually somewhat aligned with the channel, because yeah, I'm fairly sure you don't want to hear this video on naval history is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. I mean, I'm sure they keep like half of YouTube afloat with their sponsorships, but really. Anyway, Charles Fitt asks, alternate history. About 3 hours before BT sights Hipper's forces at Jutland, Colossus the Dreadnought battleship is suddenly swapped with Colossus the light carrier of World War II, with captain, crew and air group as she was when first deployed. How well is Jellicoe going to be able to roll with this abrupt change, and how much use is he going to be able to get out of it given what he knows of air power? Alternatively, if he just says, well, you know what to do, how much havoc are Barracudas and Corsairs going to wreak in addition to their scouting? Okay, if he just says to Colossus, okay, you know what you're doing, I guess, off you go. Yeah, squadron and a half of Barracudas and a bunch of Corsairs. So Barracudas with torpedoes and Corsairs possibly with rockets or bombs, but at minimum with their guns, coming out of nowhere against a fleet that is, relatively speaking, mostly quite slow by World War II standards, has little to nothing in the way of anti-aircraft firepower of any particular seriousness. They would cause huge amounts of havoc. I mean, they basically get almost uninterrupted torpedo runs, and given how long Jutland lasts, admittedly they're not going to be doing, they might try night flying, but they probably don't need to. They're probably going to get 2 or 3 torpedo strikes off, plus strafing and harassment of scouting forces. That would be absolutely devastating. But that's if Jellicoe's just saying that, okay, you do you, because I have no idea what's going on. I mean, Jellicoe does understand aircraft carriers exist and have a use, because, you know, well, there's Engadine and Campania, albeit only one of them actually made it to the battle. So the idea of this is an aircraft carrier in and of itself isn't going to be a foreign concept to him. Colossus, at the size that it is, and with its massive flat deck stacked with monoplane aircraft, is going to be very unusual to him. But when they explain we are an aircraft carrier, assuming he accepts the idea of time-travelling aircraft carriers from the future, he, at the very least, is probably going to say, okay, aircraft carriers, what do I know aircraft carriers do? You do scouting. Right, okay. Send me out some scouts and find the German fleet. That alone will give him plenty more information to work with than he had historically. And maybe while that is going on, maybe the conversation will go towards, well, I know some of our land-based aircraft have bombs, and we are, by 1916, experimenting with torpedo-dropped aircraft. Do you have any of those things? Oh, okay, you do. Oh, would you mind going and doing some torpedo attacking, which by the time they've worked all that out might only give you 1 strike with Barracudas. That's still going to do a heck of a lot of damage, as I say, to a battle fleet that can't really fight back and is sailing in lovely close formation. Yeah. And there's, conversely, because of course it's a swap, what, if anything, is the Royal Navy's Far East Fleet going to be able to do with the battleship HMS Colossus? Quietly shuffle it into shore bombardment duty and then submit it to the Portsmouth dockyard for museum ship status once it's run out of 12-inch ammunition. Oh dear. All right, let's try and pick up the pace a little bit. Elliot W. James. Admiral Beatty proved unsuitable for wartime command in World War One. Would he have done better as an admiral in another era, for example, the Age of Fighting Sail? His attitude, yes. He's sort of kind of trying to imitate Nelson, getting close, fire at them a lot. That would have done him quite well in the Age of Sail as a person. If he kept Seymour around, actually even worse, because signals were absolutely vital in the Age of Sail. I mean, they're still vital in World War One, but even more so in the Age of Sail. So if he's still got dodgy signalling going on, then it's still not going to benefit him all that much. But if we're talking about just Beatty and he has a competent period signals flag officer, then yeah, he could do fairly well with that, with his kind of personality and attack. And as you point out, yeah, he has political acumen and organizational ability, so in some of the long periods of peace, he would probably do fairly well in administering the Navy. Sort of, I mean, not that the classic Age of Sail Royal Navy had many long periods of peace in the 1700s, but there were a few. So yeah, he'd make a fairly good administrator fighting the Navy's corner, and probably a fairly decent, very aggressive admiral in combat in the Age of Sail. Which, to be honest, I think is where he wanted to be. Blogs, yes. He would have them store stuff out the magazines. I think that's one order no one in the Age of Sail would ever obey. It's like, yes, let us get more powder ready in unsafe locations. No one who lives on a wooden ship is ever going to obey that order. James Barker says, you've spoken several times about the inaccuracy of Italian fire control and said this mainly seems to be down to the quality of their shells. Other countries didn't seem to have this problem, so what were their tolerances for shells and charges? Tolerance is a very, very fine thing. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, a tolerance of plus or minus 1% can throw out a shell by about 700 meters, which is massive. Especially when you combine it with the normal scatter of fire. The biggest problem, to be honest, with the Italians wasn't even necessarily the quality control of their shells, because they could manufacture shells that were absolutely spot on and to spec. And occasionally, from some of the accuracy of some of the Italian guns firing, you see they actually did have a decent batch of shells aboard that day. The main problem and the main difference when it came to the whole shell quality control issue was that in most other navies, if the inspectors wanted to test shells, they would randomly take shells from a batch that they came up and selected. What the? Oh, for flip's sake. I'm really popular today. So they'd take a bunch of shells that they randomly select from various batches, test them, and then if they fail, the whole batch goes and start again. If they succeed, great. And the randomized picking means it's fairly likely that that batch is going to be fine. Whereas with the Italians, they would tell the shell manufacturers in advance and say, right, we are coming, we are going to inspect, please have a batch of shells ready. So, of course, they'd make perfectly sure that they had the best quality batch of shells that they pre-checked themselves ready for inspection, which gave a completely false impression about all the others. So that is the main thing. That is the main change that you really would need to see with the Italian shell management systems in order to get their specs up into an area that's sort of acceptable. Paul from Chicago. It's July 15th, 1914, and for reasons unlikely to be made clear any time in the near future, you inhabit Winston Churchill's body for the next 60 days. Do I have to? I may get alcohol poisoning. What, if anything, can you do to prevent Great Britain from losing its global dominance by 1946? July 1914. I've got 2 months. Can you convince the Cabinet not to deploy the British Expeditionary Force into France? Well, that would be a bad idea. Stop Goeben, or just flat out go to Germany and tell the Kaiser directly that entering Belgium means war. So basically, can I prevent World War One or de-escalate it? Maybe. I think the main thing, I mean, yeah, keeping the Ottomans out, or at least delaying their entry into the war by ordering everyone to go all out on Goeben, or to be honest, just telling the two British battlecruisers to stay ahead of it rather than passing it, might work. But I think the main thing was the Kaiser seems, at least from my reading, to have been relatively convinced the British wouldn't get involved. He didn't want them to get involved, but he thought that he was very sure that they wouldn't. So if I had 2 months in as Churchill in early to mid 1914, my main goal would be emphasising very, 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 very strongly to the Kaiser that yes, if he so much as looks in Belgium's direction, then the Royal Navy will be at war with him. And if I can convince him of that, he might be able to prevail on the generals to not do that, or just not do the whole war thing, be a little less bellicose, which, well, it's not necessarily going to stop World War One, but it might delay it, and give things a chance to stabilise in other fields. That would be the main way, I think, of maintaining British supremacy and not getting involved in a ruinously expensive World War One. Sreko, you're put in charge of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia in 1923. Oh boy. Only going to be fighting Italy in 39. What kind of doctrine will you adopt? What ships will you build, and where will you put naval bases? You can buy ships and equipment from France and Britain, maybe something from Germany if you're creative, nothing from Italy. Your budget is an enormous, economy-crushing, totally unsustainable $40 million annually. Okay, because I was going to say, if it's historical Yugoslavia, historical available amounts of money, I'm investing in torpedo boats, destroyers, and submarines, because I can't afford anything bigger in anything like sufficient numbers. But if somehow I'm magicking up $40 million annually, I mean, even by the late 30s, 40 million annually is about the price, the entire build price of a North Carolina class battleship. And that's obviously normally spread out over 3 or 4 years. So with effectively the ability to, throughout that period, buy a fast battleship or equivalent every year, assuming that I'm not bound by treaty conditions, or the people I'm ordering from are also not bound by treaty conditions, which would be a major thing throughout that entire period, because, Washington Treaty says you're not allowed to build for other people. But if somehow that could be overcome, maybe, I don't know, buying from the Dutch or something, yeah, then at that point I could just build to match and exceed Italy. So, yeah, $40 million. That's it, dead easy. Probably spend the mid to late 20s building up a series of heavy cruisers. Then the early 30s building up my light cruiser force. Then the mid 30s commissioning probably half a dozen modern battleships. And then wrap up the end of the 30s by ordering mass batches of destroyers and submarines, because they'll be ready by 39. I just adopt, with $40 million, I can adopt a meat force with force doctrine across the Straits or across the Adriatic, and with that money just crush Italy under the weight of my hilariously expensive navy. Jimmy Wrangles, where do you get a fluffy cover for a secret labs chair? This is a sheepskin. I actually got it in Cheddar Gorge. And I hope the guys survived lockdown and everything when we get back. Okay, this is a segue, but for those of you who don't know, Cheddar Gorge is in the UK, and yes, it is the home of cheddar cheese. It has a fairly nice cave. There were Cheddar Gorge caves, but there's more of the caves behind the publicly accessible bit, and you can access those if you pay the company that runs it. They'll take you down through the non-public areas with a guide, and there's lots of little nooks and crevices to get through. Not a good place for claustrophobia, but if you don't suffer from it, fantastic. It's really good. I really enjoyed it. I used to go there at least once a year. The company that runs it, unfortunately, during lockdown, I think, has shut down everything completely. I really hope they come back. But also there's a guy there who runs a shop in the gorge, and he specialises in sheep leather, sheep skin, etc. He's really nice, really knows what he's on about, and I really hope he's also survived the lockdown, because that's what these covers are. It's basically a couple of sheepskins that I stitched together and put some elastic on to cover my chair, so I have a nice fluffy insulating cover to my gaming chair. Douglas Peck, do you have any favourite stories of antics and hijinks aboard a ship or while in port? Alcohol not strictly necessary to the story. And is there a planned video on the history of rum ration some point down the line? I might do a video about scurvy at some point down the line, and at that point the rum ration is going to come into that, because that ended up being how they got to persuade everyone to drink their lemon and later lime juice in the Royal Navy. Favourite stories of antics and hijinks aboard ships or while in ports? There are so many. Because yes, if you're regularly issuing grog to sailors who are then cooped up aboard a ship for weeks or months on end, and then you bring them ashore with a bunch of other ships whose sailors have been in a similar experience, the amount of pranking and shenanigans that are going to occur are going to be quite hilarious. Aboard ship, a lot of it is a lot more low level because the officers will obviously try and keep order, and it's a warship, so a certain amount of discipline has to be maintained. But once they're in port, all limits are off. Even with ship's guards, I think one of my favourite stories of hijinks comes from, I can't remember which one it was. It was one of the pre-World War. It was the 20th century. One of the pre-World War II big Spithead naval reviews. It might have been the one in the 30s that Graf Spee was in. The ship. It might have been one of the ones pre-World War I. I can't remember offhand. But as you might imagine, you had thousands of sailors from multiple different countries, all kind of either anchored or docked. And the number of different nations that decided that trying to board deliberately or accidentally another foreign ship, or steal bits and pieces from various other foreign ships, etc. It was... Each in and of itself was kind of a relatively standard, if somewhat ambitious, naval prank or antic. But with so many ships, it kind of ended up just being this Groucho Marx style comedy sketch, because you had like the French trying to steal from the Germans, and the British trying to steal from the Americans trying to steal from the Germans trying to steal from the British, and everyone was trying to steal things and play pranks on everyone else, often multiple other people, and it was just complete and utter chaos. Not helped by the fact, and this is why I think it might well have been one of the 1930s reviews, that the Royal Navy officer that they actually had on the radio to narrate the whole thing when they switched their lights on the first night was drunk off his face, and you can still find that interview. I think some people have posted it on YouTube. The guy is completely and utterly smashed and desperately trying to hold it together, and the best you can come up with is things like, the lights are on, they're very bright, and I think the whole thing only lasts for a couple of minutes because the interviewer realizes the entire thing is completely a wreck. YFF saying, would an Adriatic-only fleet for Yugoslavia turn out to be useless? Oh, yeah, eventually. But hey, if you're throwing $40 million at me, I might as well build a massive, great battle fleet to dominate the Adriatic, because why not? I've got $40 million a year in 1920s and 30s money. Jeff Clark. Jackie Fisher gets his battlecruiser year in 1911-12, with Iron Duke being the only ship of her class. While Emperor of India, Benbow and Marlborough all completed as Tiger-class battlecruisers. What changes will this have? Well, the Royal Navy's dreadnought supremacy over the Germans is going to be somewhat reduced because, 3 less battleships. It's still going to have that supremacy, it's just going to be closer, which in turn might well mean that they will still keep building the last Revenge class ships, because they're going to want every capital ship they can, even more than they did historically. It's going to make a much bigger difference in the battlecruiser fleet, though, because you've now got Lion, Princess Royal, Queen Mary, Tiger, Emperor of India, Benbow, Marlborough. You've now got 7 13.5-inch gun battlecruisers, plus your 6 12-inch gun battlecruisers. That is going to be... that's 13 ships. And the increase in firepower is quite considerably more. At that point, New Zealand and Australia might actually stay in... New Zealand... Maybe New Zealand gets called back, but might actually be sent back out to New Zealand. I think... Apart from the main British battlecruiser fleet being somewhat more heavily armed as a result, for obvious reasons, the main thing is the British are going to have so many battle cruisers, they might very well, they might actually very well, let's say Australia may stay with the Royal Australian Navy, and they're going to be a lot freer with their use of battle cruisers in other situations and scenarios. So I mean, potentially even something like Craddock and the Battle of Coronel may not happen, because if the 1911-1912 year is seeing the rollout of 3 extra Tiger class, well, that's what, 11-12, so 12-13, 13-14 is launch, late 14 commission. They might actually have enough battle cruisers either entering service or entered service to, instead of promising Craddock defence and then not sending it, they might actually just be quite happy to send out a 12-inch battle cruiser or two anyway. Yeah. Whiskey Delta Golf. In 1909, the Royal Navy is ordered to mount a response to the Great White Fleet. You're put in complete control of the operation. The fleet will sail on the 22nd of January 1911 to mark the 10th anniversary of the accession of King Edward VII. Your goal is to show the flag and upstage the Americans. To this end, you can take any ships you want to, but it won't do much for spreading the message of British naval hegemony if their absence lets other European powers such as Germany get ideas about asserting their own naval assets while your fleet is away. What does your fleet look like? What route does it take? And how will you plan your logistics? Okay, so I'm actually sailing my own... Well, 1909... Oh, it's going to be the Great Grey Fleet by 1909, because they would have ditched the peacetime camo by that point. So I'm sending out... Oh, 1911, that's definitely well into grey territory. So 1911, I'm probably not going to be able to shake loose many dreadnoughts. I can probably shake loose the dreadnought. I can probably get the Invincibles. In fact, I can almost certainly get the Invincibles, because Von der Tann will only just about be a thing at that point. And the Invincibles are relatively high speed, so they can sail back if something happens. So my lead squadron, realistically, my lead squadron is probably going to be Dreadnought and the 3 Invincibles, and then reactivating or staving off the decommissioning of a bunch of the older pre-Dreadnoughts, so the Majestics and such like, to build up the numbers. So probably building up to roughly the numbers of the Great White Fleet using the older pre-Dreadnoughts plus my big primary battle squadron of the Invincibles plus Dreadnought, and then probably using it as an opportunity to take Lord Nelson and Agamemnon, because the King Edward VII class are a lot more homogenous and probably they can stay with the Grand Fleet, whereas Lord Nelson and Agamemnon are kind of just two odd ones out. So add them in, maybe throw in the Canopuses as well. So sail out with maybe a dozen more ships than the Great White Fleet had, but leaving the Grand Fleet as being the more modern sort of Duncan, London, King Edward VII pre-dreadnoughts, plus all the dreadnoughts that aren't Dreadnought herself. And that would be my fleet. As far as where I'd go, I mean, just to be contrary, I guess, at that point, I'd sail through the Mediterranean first. So down the Atlantic coast. And actually, probably, just to make a big show of it, sail that fleet, pop over to Germany, say hi, ask how their Dreadnought and Battlecruiser production is going. Then down the Channel, down the Atlantic coast, through the Mediterranean, pop in to say hi to Italy, to maybe indicate that they should side with us. Disperse through the Mediterranean in squadron strength, say hi to everyone else, like the Ottomans. All go through the Suez Canal, pop over to India, pop over to Australia and New Zealand, then probably go back up via Singapore and Hong Kong to say hello to China and Japan. So in some ways kind of retracing the Grand Fleet's route, the Great White Fleet's route, except in reverse. Then straight across to the west coast, down and around South America, back up through the Caribbean, to the east coast, and then back over to the UK. Chipster 8253. Okay, I am Admiral Jellicoe's Chief of Staff, January 1st, 1916. With all my knowledge, how am I fixing the issues that are involved with the Grand Fleet and the Battlecruiser Fleet? Okay, well, I'm only the Chief of Staff, so I can't give orders to BT. But I would suggest the rotation of battle squadrons up to Scapa for gunnery practice, and rotating back, and rotating like 5th Battle Squadron or whoever in to replace them. So that would be a good thing. And then probably what I would be doing is inspecting my own shell handling and gunnery practices, etc., making sure they're all up to spec, because some of them, like Agincourt, were really, really not safe. Then when BT squadrons come up, I'd be trying to arrange for inspections to make sure they're meeting Grand Fleet standards when it comes to how they're handling their magazines and their charges. And obviously we'll detect failings, making sure they're corrected, cycling them back down. So that will address one major problem. Next major problem would probably be trying to persuade Jellicoe to do at least some limited war games or fleet exercises or sweeps, basically something that will expose the terrible quality of BT signalling if he comes up. He might not. He might stay down in Rosyth and just cycle his squadrons through and change his flagship as appropriate. But if nothing else, try and get some initiative going, try and get the emphasis on good signal work going, so that even if BT and Seymour don't come up, maybe at least some of that will percolate through. I mean, as Jellicoe's Chief of Staff, I can't get BT and Seymour out and replace them with someone like Sturdy, much as I might want to. And yeah, the only other thing will probably be speaking with Jellicoe and getting him to put pressure on Room 40 to send him everything they get relevant to the battle, not what they think is relevant. Or, actually, possibly, if I really, really, really want to play around with the outcome of Jutland once I've pulled those things off, get myself assigned as the liaison to Room 40 so I can decide what information I send to Jellicoe. And then that way he will hopefully know that, yeah, in fact, where he should be to wait for the Germans at the end of the night. Ivor Bachen asks, if Jellicoe's luck, shells or personnel had been better and the High Seas Fleet had been annihilated at Jutland with acceptable losses to the Grand Fleet, what would the Royal Navy-UK's next steps have been? It seems between mines, torpedo boats and the memory of Gallipoli, landing on the German coast would have been ruled too hazardous, unless your name is Fisher, and much of the Grand Fleet would have been out of a job. If they've somehow managed to completely wipe out the High Seas Fleet with minimal losses to themselves at Jutland, the first thing they probably would have done is send off a mass contingent of the older battleships to help with fire support issues at Gallipoli, along with minesweepers and other support craft monitors and such. So there'd be a massive increase in the naval presence at Gallipoli. the Royal Navy is not going to be sending battle forces all the way into the German coast, but for the reasons you mentioned. But with cruisers free, destroyers free, and the older battleships free, that you're going to keep the more modern ones on like a standing watch just to keep an eye on things. But you can lock down a lot of the other theatres a lot quicker. So you can even put forces into helping keep an eye on the Adriatic with the Austro-Hungarian Navy. I don't know if massive amounts of additional shore support can rescue Gallipoli at that stage. Maybe not, but it's worth a shot. And also, yeah, the other thing, 1916, if there's no real major chance of a massive fleet action and you're diminishing the overall strength of the Grand Fleet, you've also now freed up dozens of destroyers for convoy work, which is going to help quite a bit. So, yeah, there'd be a lot of changes. Yeah, maybe the Grand Fleet itself would be out of a job, but those ships would be very useful in a lot of other locations. Kenneth Lynch, alternate history, the world powers remaining after World War II opt to keep battleships in active service. With economic challenges facing post-war Britain, would the Royal Navy have been able to complete and afford all 6 planned Lion-class battleships? Not really, because the Lion-class by 1945, the Royal Navy doesn't even know what they want by 1945 out of the Lion class, if anything. A few officers do keep trying to resurrect them, but if they're also trying to keep up a carrier force, and they're trying to keep up cruisers, and they're trying to keep up destroyers, and there's all the chaos of the new weapons, just having to keep more battleships as well is... when they don't even know what they want out of them, then no, probably not. I mean, maybe if they immediately scrap absolutely everything, including putting the King George V's on the scrapping list. But the thing is, by 1945, Lion and Temeraires partly assembled sections have been broken up, so they'll be starting from scratch. I don't think it's very realistic given the budget that the Royal Navy had in the late 40s. Rodney McCoy, if all the battleships at Pearl Harbor had been damaged beyond repair, how might this have affected US shipbuilding, especially in capital ships? The last 2 Iowas probably would have been complete... Well, there'd probably be an acceleration on US battleship building. The last 2 Iowas, Kentucky and Illinois, I think, would be completed almost certainly. Whether or not they scrap the Montanas is probably slightly detached from that, because the thing is, whilst there would be a lot of initial panic, there's not a lot they can do about it initially, and by the time, even if they decide to run through with the Iowas and the Montanas, by the time Kentucky, Illinois and the Montanas are looking at coming into service, they will have long realized that they didn't need the standards, because it was South Dakota and Washington that are at the Naval Battle of Guadalcanal. It's South Dakota, Washington and North Carolina that are running most of the early battleship escorts. The standards that survive and the standards that get modernized don't tend to get used for carrier escort. They're basically shore bombardment support ships with a secondary role at somewhere like Surigao Strait. But yeah, apart from making sure there's 6 Iowas and maybe a Montana or 2, it's probably not going to change an awful lot for the US at that point, because there's nothing they can do in the short term, and anything they can do in the medium to long term, by the time it comes round, they're going to realise that the situation has changed. Timothy Sims, if World War I ends in late 1916 and Germany escapes the Versailles Treaty limitations, do you think Hitler would still have managed to get to power? And if he did, what would the German Navy look like in 1939, assuming they didn't surrender their ships at the end of World War I? That's mostly a land-based politics question. So I have no idea. and I don't really want to speculate too much on those lines. In terms of the... I mean, if it ends in 1916 on terms enough that the Germany doesn't end up having to get the Versailles Treaty limitations, it's probably a relatively status quo return to order, which means the Kaiser probably stays in power. He might have to curtail... He might be asked or required to curtail German naval building somewhat, but to be honest, by 1914 the Germans were already doing that, realizing that they weren't gonna win the race that they wanted to win with the Royal Navy. Not that they were trying to get to its equal at all, but they realized that even the limited amount that they'd managed to pull off so far, they weren't winning, that they were already beginning to cut back, looking at other things. So they might be required to give up a few ships, but not that many. And with the Kaiser still in power, etc., without the whole stab in the back myth that had grown up, and without the economic devastation caused by the last 2 years of war and the reparations, no, I don't think the environment of the 30s would have existed. But I say land-based politics. Just going to have some chips. They're good chips. Elliot W. James. That's the same question. Yeah, it's the same question. Admiral Beatty in The Age of Sail. Nathan Huey. Finances and impracticability aside, which nation would be capable of producing the world's largest warship today? Obviously, the United States produces supercarriers, etc. But who would win? Literally, my navy is literally bigger than yours. Largest warship. I think the biggest I did look this up at one point. The biggest dry dock in the world is just a fraction short of a kilometre. It's massive. It's like 960 metres. I think that's in Japan. It's either in Japan or South Korea. So, I mean, it makes the basin in Newport News where they build US nuclear carriers look like a bathtub in comparison. So if you're going by who currently has the world's largest dry dock and therefore can build the world's largest ship, it's going to be whoever has that 960 meter dry dock, which it's either Japan or South Korea. No one else is even close. Let me just double check. Oh no, it's 950 meters apparently. And oh no, we are okay. That's weird. It's actually based in Taiwan. CSBC Corporation, Kaohsiung, Taiwan, China. Okay, I guess Taiwan wins that I can make. I mean, I don't know if they can afford it. The next biggest one is in South Korea, which is Hyundai. China's got a lot of very big docks, but yeah, that Taiwanese one, bizarrely. Okay, well, I misremembered, but there you go. Taiwan mysteriously manages to win the we can physically build the world's largest warship. Okay. Well, there's one for the books, I guess. HMS Thunderchild. Historical significance aside, can you rank these 5 warships based on how much you like them on a personal level and why they have that rank? So, the 5 ships in question are Victory, Warrior, Dreadnought, Belfast, and Vanguard. So, based purely on personal preference and why they would be at that rank. I would probably go with Victory, then Belfast, then Warrior, then Dreadnought, then Vanguard. And to be perfectly honest, the reason that it's Victory, Belfast, and Warrior at the top above Dreadnought and Vanguard is purely because they all physically still exist. I've been on them, and therefore there is always going to be much more of a personal connection to ships that you've actually physically stepped on and explored, as opposed to ships that might be very significant but are long gone. And the reason I put Dreadnought over Vanguard is that whilst they're both very interesting, very important ships, I like the looks of Dreadnought more. Vanguard looks nice, but as I've said before, in some ways Vanguard looks like how I'd imagine a refitted hood to look like, except that for me personally, Vanguard is just a little bit too busy and cluttered amidships. Bow profile, if you took a photo of Vanguard that ended just after the foremast, looks great. The stern after the mainmast looks great. The bit in the middle is far, far, far too busy for my tastes. And then in terms of the three ships I've actually seen, Victory, because Victory is the reason why we're talking. Victory, when, as I said before, at age 4, walking into Portsmouth Historic Dockyard and seeing Victory in all her glory, that's what set me on the path of loving naval history. So Victory is always going to have that special place in my heart. Belfast is a close run second. Belfast I've visited an awful lot. Obviously, growing up in South London, I'm much, much closer to Belfast than I am to Portsmouth. So, yeah, I like Belfast a lot. And then Warrior, obviously there next to Victory. It looks very nice. It has a lot of story behind it. Doesn't obviously have quite the same combat history as Victory does by a long shot, or even Belfast. The main reason that Warrior's at the bottom of those three ships that I've personally visited is mostly because, while you can make a lot of ship of Theseus arguments about Victory, Victory is still mostly there. It's mostly real. Belfast likewise. Warrior, because of all that time she spent at Pembroke as a concrete fuel boom, an awful lot of what's inside is reconstruction and not original. So yeah, that's why she's just at the bottom. I mean, she's still a wonderful ship to look at. She's still a wonderful ship to visit, but once you know her backstory, it's kind of Victory, her sails are there. Her sails are her sails. Belfast, the engine room is the engine room. Yes, they might have cut it up slightly, but it is original working machinery. Warrior, the boilers, the engines, etc., they're basically veneers that look like it but would never actually work. Meraxis. Alternate history. During the Washington Naval Treaty, there's a different allocation of capital ships proposed using 15, 15, 10, 6, 6 ratio of major powers. Ships will be limited not by total displacement of a type, but by hull numbers and displacement of each hull. Hang on, okay, so each nation uses... They can use their hull allocation however it wants. They can build a number of new hulls up to their total allocation, i.e. they can completely replace their fleet if they want. Restriction is still 35,000 tons standard and 16-inch as historically. Carriers are 66422 ratio, 27,000 tons. All other articles are in place. How does this change interwar shipbuilding, and how do post-World War I battle fleets evolve into the Second World War? So you've got the 35,000 ton 16-inch limit is still in place, but you can replace ships whenever you like, basically. For France and Italy, it's probably not going to change all that much because they actually went under their treaty restrictions in the 20s to save money. For the Japanese, Japanese, British, and Americans, it is going to make some difference. I think the Japanese will probably look at replacing the Fusos probably in the early 30s. The Americans will probably want to replace their 12-inch ships pretty sharpish with more 16-inch ships, and they may try and replace New York and Texas as well, because they're not standard types. The British will probably hold off a little bit longer, but if you're the Americans are bringing in 16-inch ships, probably at least 3, possibly 5. The Japanese will probably end up responding by decommissioning the Fusos and Iseis probably in the mid to late 20s. So the British in the mid to late 20s are probably going to have to be decommissioning as well. So they'll probably try and drop the entire 13.5-inch line at that point, and you'll get something like 16A, the Battleship 16A design coming in, which means that the post-World War I battle fleets, by the time they get to the Second World War, you're probably going to see a lot more 16-inch armed ships, and there's probably going to be much more of a intermediate grading of speeds. So overall battle line speeds pre things like Pearl Harbor are probably going to be more in the mid-20s of knots rather than necessarily all the way down, unless the Americans just build more Colorados or Colorado derivatives, and you end up with a 21-knot battle line still for the US, but certainly the British and Japanese battle lines will probably be mid-20s of knots. Fred the Red, alternate history. What would have happened if the High Seas Fleet had attempted a Kriegsmarine-style surface raiding campaign with its modern fast battle cruisers? Nothing good for the High Seas Fleet, because they now have no heavy fleet screen. And if they're doing it Kriegsmarine style, where they're sending out one or two ships at a time, like they did with the Scharnhorst or Bismarck, I guess the equivalent would be sending out Blücher with a German battle cruiser. They're going out in small enough numbers they can be hunted down by British battle cruisers, not very easily, but relatively easily. And that basically means you're whittling away the first scouting group's combat strength, and the British have therefore the ability to blow through the German fleet screen much easier and get all the advantages they need. So that would be massively detrimental to the High Seas Fleet, which is probably why they didn't do it. So, okay, we're not doing too badly. We're almost there. Meatwad asks, how effective was the link trainer in training Allied pilots? It provided a very good knowledge base. So for those of you who are not aware, the link trainer is effectively kind of one of the first flight simulators. So it allowed people to get their minds around the basics of flying without actually having to take up an aircraft. So that was quite effective, because it then meant that you could, for a limited number of training aircraft, you could actually train more pilots, because rather than having to stick people in training aircraft pretty much all the time, you could get them at least familiar with the basics of flight without actually using a valuable trainer aircraft. It allowed you to also weed out people who are completely unsuitable. And then the next stage of actually developing your flight skills would use the flight trainer aircraft. So it meant you had an expanded cadre of people that you could train up. And it also meant people could try and keep practicing their skills without, even once they'd graduated to being on trainer aircraft, without having to use them. So if you've got a set number of flight hours you're going to get on your trainer aircraft, without the link trainer, well, that's it. You can maybe sit in a cockpit, of a grounded cockpit or something, but with a link trainer you can at least develop a bit more of your capabilities, work on things that your instructors identified as an issue. So yeah. Aluminium Fence, is that the one that looks like a story front horsey ride? It looks, to be honest, it actually looks remarkably like a kind of a modern flight simulator flight training thing that basically looks like a cockpit that someone's cut out of an aircraft and stuck on a gimbal. Aaron Levi asks, I've read Japanese 203mm guns on their heavy cruisers had some dispersion problems, so they needed to put a firing delay on one of the guns. What was the reason for this dispersion? I know the Italians with their guns were mounted too close together, so what was the reason the Japanese guns suffered from long-range engagements? Was this also the reason why they opted to add a third turret behind the super-firing forward turrets to increase the number of guns instead of developing triple turret? And was this three-gun forward arrangement considered to be successful? Well, the Americans adopted the three-gun forward arrangement on the Helenas, and other countries looked into it as well. So no, they weren't adding extra turrets to try and make up for a dispersion pattern issue. And to be honest, interference of shells with each other causing dispersion to increase was a problem that, to a greater or lesser degree, practically everybody had. The Italians had it, the Americans had it, the Japanese had it, the British had it, and a lot of the time the solution was delay coils to allow the shells to fly just fractionally apart, but just fractionally apart enough they didn't mutually interfere. The main reason I think the Japanese didn't put triple 8-inch turrets on their ships is when you actually look at their heavy cruisers, they're fairly long and thin because they're aiming for fairly high speeds. So they've got quite a narrow hull, even if the length is quite great. And I mean, if you look at an overhead shot of a Miyoko or a refitted Megami or an Atago, or I guess Takao, there isn't really the space for a triple. There's just not the beam. I mean, you look at something like the Pensacola's and you realise that the reason that they have this mixed triple and twin setup is because even there, the beam was very much at a premium. The amount of additional weight and the amount of additional beam that would be needed for Japanese ships to carry triple turrets would probably compromise their desire to have very fast torpedo-armed cruisers as well. So it's just not worth it. Von Hindenburg. Some of the earliest electronic devices on warships, such as radios, had local backup batteries. Much of the electronic equipment on modern warships is also protected by local battery backups for similar reasons, I'll take your word for it, and to protect in case of combat damage. How prevalent was this in the time between the 1910s and 1950s as electronics multiplied aboard warships? What devices had local power backups, and did any vessels have battery-powered emergency lighting, or was it flashlights and torches scattered about? There was some emergency lighting, but the thing is, if you get catastrophic damage enough to knock out power systems like that, it's probably going to have physically severed the cables, which means it doesn't matter if you have local power backups. If the cables in that area are severed, no power's getting through. Also, it depends greatly on the electronic equipment, but by and large, the electrical circuits were being supplied by generators for the most part aboard the ship. So if that power went out, or if the fuses blew or whatever, you were going to lose most of the capability, because the radios were designed for long range. That requires a lot of power. You're not going to... There's no feasible way of having a big enough lead-acid battery bank to run something like a radar for any considerable length of time, or a radio system that's capable of letting the battleship talk to somebody hundreds or thousands of miles away. So, yeah. But basically the answer is there would be some small-scale systems with local backups, but by and large, if you lost power from your generators or your engineering space, pretty much everything went out. Usually because the level of destruction was just enough that if that happened, that things were very bad anyway. Brian Roper. The Vichy Navy, Regia Marina and Kriegsmarine are magically teleported to one location in July 1950. Who wins a fight between that combined force? So there's 18 battleships, 16 heavy cruisers, 29 light cruisers, and the entire Royal Navy at the time, July 1940, which is 4 carriers, 14 battleships, 15 heavy cruisers, and 33 light cruisers. I mean, numbers-wise, the light cruisers and heavy cruisers are close enough that you can kind of call it mutual. Yeah, there's the Königsbergs on the Axis side, but there's the Arethusas on the British side. I think the Arethusas are probably better at sea than the Königsbergs anyway, but let's just say there are strengths and weaknesses on both sides when it comes to heavy and lights. The main difference, I think, is going to be in the capital ships. So you've got 18 battleships versus 14, but the British have 4 carriers. I mean, the carriers are going to be a fairly big advantage for 4 flight decks worth of aircraft to launch the strikes with is going to potentially be a game changer. But it's also going to be looking at breaking down what exactly are those capital ships. So the British have a mix. They have some King George V's. 18 battleships on the Axis side in July 40. So it's not going to be the Bismarcks. So it's going to be Scharnhorsts. Maybe Richelieu, Dunkirk and Strasbourg, Britannias. The 4 Italian ships is going to bring up to 13. The refits, the Dorias and the Cavours. So we're up to 13. So where are the other 5 coming from? Because the Littorios, July 40, the Littorios aren't ready. So the Bismarcks aren't ready. And 2 Bismarcks and 3 Littorios would make up the 5 difference. Jean Bart's not ready. So yeah, I don't know where the 18 battleships are coming from, unless you're including Schlesien and Schleswig-Holstein. And even then you're short 3. Oh, I've got the Corbett's in the French side, I guess. I think the thing is, if you've got the Britannias down there and you've got the Scharnhorst standing in for the Germans, and you've got, I mean, okay, the Italian refits are relatively good, but they're not fighter refit QE or even necessarily an R good, apart from a very long range. I think with the 4 carriers, it's probably just about looking at a Royal Navy advantage, because the carriers can weaken and disrupt before it gets into a fight, but it is going to be quite a difficult one. I think a lot of it's going to depend on if Richelieu's around. Because yeah, without the Littorios, without the Bismarcks, basically Richelieu, Dunkirk and Strasbourg are the only modern fast capital ships that the Axis has, whereas you'd have King George V, at least on the British side. You've got Nelson and Rodney, which, again, outside of Richelieu, they don't really have a response to. Yeah, it's going to be just about in the Royal Navy's favour, I would say. But still a very close fight. Kazeshi. Bombing from the air in World War I causes a Dresden-style firestorm somehow, I guess. Anyway, the main content is this made the push to outlaw bombers stronger between the wars. This push included carriers. What would happen? Some nations may ignore it. Some would use planes for scouting. Would torpedo bombs still be allowed? Yeah, you can't cause a firestorm with torpedo bombers. Would Japan, ignoring the treaty, give them more dominance in the Pacific, more years of dominance in the Pacific? Probably not. I mean, most anti-shipping damage by aircraft is done by torpedo bombers. The dive bombers can knock out ships, especially carriers, but unless they cause absolutely massive firestorms like you get at Midway, it's very difficult to sink them. And if dive bombers are disallowed, then there's going to be a lot more torpedo bombers. And once you get to a certain stage, like say with the Avenger, it's not a dive bomber like the Helldiver or the Dauntless, but it can do bombing. So I have a feeling a lot of people would probably spend most of the interwar period designing torpedo bombers that also happen to have just coincidentally happen to have the ability. Of course, we never use it, but could, if push came to shove, be used as bombers or dive bombers. And then you very rapidly see that going up, which in fact, weirdly enough, might actually lead to more damage being caused by bombers, because if you're making what is ostensibly a torpedo bomber that just happens to have on the side dive bombing capabilities, it's going to be carrying a much heavier bomb load because torpedoes are really heavy. So instead of being generally 500-pounders with the US rocking the 1,000-pounder, you're probably going to have 1,000-pounders as the default and maybe 1,500 or 2,000-pounders as the really heavy ones. Joshua Pasquale, a follow-on to my last question on the US at Jutland. What if the US had detached a flotilla of destroyers to the battlecruiser squadron with orders to notify the US battleship squadrons of the High Seas Fleet's movements? So you've got US battleship squadrons with the Grand Fleet and US destroyers doing a scouting role and ordered to report back to them. Well, if the US battleships then report what they're being told to Jellicoe, that changes everything, because now Jellicoe has accurate scouting reports all the time on what's going on. So yeah, that could change things quite a lot. Searin Boyle, how long do I plan to stream for? These streams traditionally last as long as the supply of Iron Brew lasts, which I am about halfway through. But we are nearing the end of the Patreon questions, so we can start grabbing questions from the Super Chat questions and questions from the chat. Okay, Waldo739. Alternate history of an alternate history. So in your Hood refit video, instead of Hood returning to England to get fixed and refitted, let's say it goes with Rodney to the US to get worked on. Whilst there and at an early stage, an officer from the US Bureau of Ships walks into the office and says, "Hey, would you be interested in a complete power plant? It's from our IR class design. We accidentally built or ordered one too many, so we have a complete set from the propellers forward just sitting around. Would you be interested in it?" Would the British be interested in it? Yes, they would, because Hood would need new engines anyway, and if the Americans are like, well, here, have a free power plant, well, free is free. And the US power plant is pretty powerful, so happy days. Hood probably is now... Hood's going to be fast. It's probably going to get up to its originally intended speed of 33 knots, even with all the extra stuff they're sticking on it. He says, if they did, do you think the logistics would be close enough for a smooth transition to the new power plant? The main thing would be you'd have to train the incoming Royal Navy crews in the operation of the higher pressure US power plants, but otherwise it should be fairly close. Will the new power plant free up some weight for more armour or guns-systems? Well, it's more powerful than Hood's original power plant, so in theory, if you could cut it down to save weight. I think the actual Iowa power plant itself, if you stuck the whole thing in, probably isn't going to be saving all that much weight, just because, it's a lot more powerful and it's a lot more power efficient, but that sheer amount of extra power is going to mean it's probably going to be in the ballpark of a similar amount of weight taken up. But if you wanted to slightly cut it down, say, cut down the outputted power to a point that Hood can, quote unquote, only reach its original design speed, or maybe 31, 32 knots, then yeah, you could save power there. And then 4, would this get Hood refitted faster and worked up in time for North Cape? Possibly. So we're talking about the way I had it. So Hood gets damaged in the Bismarck engagement in early 41. So early 41, US shipyards in times of peace for the first 6 to 8 months. That's going to be quite quick. Whole new produced power plant ready to go. That's going to speed things up a little bit. And so effectively, let's say the 7-8 months it's spending in dock in 41 probably count as a year overall, realistically, because of the accelerated work. It's going to need about 3 years, so 42, 43. Factoring in the Iowa power plant, and if the US then goes, actually, we really want this free for use in our ships, so we're going to accelerate the work on it. You might just, it would be a bit of a little bit of a stretch, but you could probably complete a full-on refit with this new power plant in about 2 to 2.5 years if the US yards are going flat out, which might just about get Hood there in time for the very end of 43 and the Battle of North Cape, but it would be very tight. Chris Gregory, what naval story or legend were you most disappointed when it turned out that it never happened or hasn't been supported by any evidence? And similarly, what story were you most surprised to discover was true? Actually, the stories that I'd vaguely heard of and thought that must be exaggerated and was most surprised to find out they were true were The Last Stand of the Revenge, which I've covered in a video previously, and another vessel, which I will be covering at some point in the future in the course of about the next year or so, which was the voyage of the Spanish ship Glorioso. Both Age of Sail ships, both of which I looked at and went, that's got to be exaggerated. Then it's like, no, if anything, was underreported. In terms of naval stories or legends, I was most disappointed when it turned out that that didn't happen. I don't know. I can't think of many naval legends or stories that I've believed for considerable amounts of time and then found out they weren't true. Because I tend to be slightly obsessive with reading about these things, so if there's a naval legend going around and then I tend to find something that makes me cast doubt on it, or someone's written something that says this isn't true fairly quickly. I'm just trying to think, actually. Disappointing. I might have to come back to that one at some point. Yeah, that side of things I'm struggling a bit on. Isogen, how did the inter-service cooperations differ between various World War II combatants? For example, how did cooperation or lack thereof between the Japanese Army and Navy compare and contrast with its US counterpart? I have answered questions like this before. So the Japanese Navy Army rivalry is kind of the rivalry to end all rivalries. But there was inter-service rivalry between all of the various powers in all of the various nations to varying degrees. In the best cases, it was kind of a rivalry for control of resources, and then it kind of progressed from there, depending on the nation in question, from just rivals for for specific resources being allocated to them, to effectively sabotaging the other guy's attempts to get resources, to ignoring requests for help and assistance, to actively sabotaging your allied operations by not providing the proper cooperation or support that you'd agreed to, and so on and so forth. It steps up and up and up and up. Jonathan Smith. I've heard lots of talk about how Japan would have been better off if they could have invaded and captured Pearl Harbor. If they could have. Assuming magically they had the fuel, food and shipping to bring significant numbers of troops, what sort of coast defences, troops and weapons existed in Hawaii in general and Pearl Harbor specifically? Even with air and naval support from the Japanese Navy, how likely is it for the Japanese to overcome these defences and defenders using the forces they could have diverted from their other early December 41 conquests? Well, assuming they magically have the food, fuel and shipping to bring them ashore, I mean, the Americans had a fair number of aircraft, although they didn't have anywhere near as many once Pearl Harbor was done with it. There were a fair number of troops. I don't think that would have gone very well for the Japanese landing forces, especially, and there were a lot of coastal. There were a fair number of heavy coastal defense guns. That would have been somewhat difficult to overcome. If they took troops, forces, transports, etc., from their other advances in 41, and we magically give them the food, fuel, and shipping to move them all over to Pearl Harbor, I'm struggling to see it succeeding, because even if they manage to get the stuff over there, there's still this whole logistics chain back and forth to keep it supplied. It's not going to be a over and done quickly, because even if they've got the fuel, they've still got to get it there. It's not like you're going to have magically replenishing fuel tanks. So I think at best, even with all this magical fuel, food and shipping provided to them, at best you're going to end up with something that more closely resembles the Guadalcanal campaign, only now with extra civilians. Yeah, I mean, if they can take it, then yes, they are in a much better position. But that's a huge if, because if they can take it, and if they take it relatively intact, then they have the coastal defences to hand. They have the airfields that they can put their aircraft on, which would make it a very dangerous place. They have the massive oil tank farm at Pearl Harbor. They have the dry docks, etc., etc. If they manage to get hold of all of that, then yeah, it's a huge forward staging area for them to deter and attack any attempt for the US to get back into the Pacific game. It's just quite how you do that with a number of coastal guns and troops in and around Hawaii without turning it into an absolute Guadalcanal scale bloodbath is an entirely different matter. Jim Smitty, in Drydock 129, you outline how the High Seas Fleet could defeat the British at Jutland. How would the Germans follow on this victory? So this was basically the run to the south going a lot worse, and then pulling back. So it says, by my math, battle cruiser fleet on the British side would be HMS New Zealand, Australia, and the repulses, or renowns. They might throw in the Courageous class. Yeah, not that's going to do them much good. Everything else, any British battle cruiser other than that survives is going to be in repairs, if it's even not economical to repair them. It's basically how to break off another part of the British fleet to get it to the point that sheer decides he likes the odds of the roll of the dice in a general fleet engagement. Yes. or would you need more than one engagement to break off even more of the British fleet? Well, fundamentally, the Grand Fleet, the Grand Fleet still outnumbers the combined first scouting group and high seas fleet. So they are going to have to try and break off a battle squadron of the British fleet to do that. They might be able to, because the losses to the British battle cruisers are probably going to demand the permanent secondment of 5th Battle Squadron. And remember, 3rd Battle Squadron will still be around, so the Invincibles, for what they're worth, will still be around. But the battle cruiser force will probably have to be rebuilt, mostly based on Invincible and Indefatigable types with the 5th Battle Squadron and the Renowns, because there's going to be this big gap where some of the Indefatigables were and a lot of the 13.5-inch ships were. So, I mean, that especially with 5th Battle Squadron, is still a powerful force that the Germans can't afford to ignore for 1st Scouting Group, and you've still got the Grand Fleet there. So they will need to try and nibble off another piece of the British fleet. It's a question of whether or not they can actually do so, because I think with that kind of scenario, Jellicoe is going to play things a lot closer to his chest now. He might even demand the battle cruisers return to Scapa to form a more integral part of the Grand Fleet rather than acting independently. Which means you've just got one big blob you've somehow got and get a bit off of, and that's going to be very difficult. Um, 22 NF2. In the absolute laugh riot that is Hot Fuzz, a naval mine is found in a farmer's shed. As ludicrous as it is, how could someone in the West Country find themselves in possession of such a device? Would it survive an accidental drop from an aircraft, or did such mines ever wash up on beaches without exploding? And would a naval mine remain dangerous after what's presumably decades? Yeah, naval mines could and did wash up on beaches without exploding if some part of their detonation mechanism didn't work or broke or whatever. Would it remain dangerous? Yes. In fact, it would be more dangerous as most of the explosives of that kind would decompose and become more unstable, especially if it's kept in a controlled environment and not sort of waterlogged or whatever. It would actually become far, far more dangerous, and potentially could have been something that was hauled off of a beach somewhere. I mean, if it has washed up on a beach, which means its detonator has failed to actuate, there's that. So it's perhaps not so likely that you'd manage to accidentally activate the fuse. But it's entirely possible that just the degrading explosives might eventually render it vulnerable to almost anything up to a loud sneeze. Admiralty of Floof. I asked about your favourite history or that you hadn't covered. What I meant was, what is your favourite hypothetical scenario in the time span that the channel focuses on that you haven't elaborated on, such as Battle of Texel or Samar, what if Cunningham had gone after the red light at Matapan? Could you give a short teaser for that? Actually, the more and more I've looked into it, the more and more I've become fascinated with what if Task Force 34 had engaged at the Battle of Samar. Now, you remember when I did the alternate battles of Samar, I focused on things like what if 7th Fleet had come up or was there in the first place. I didn't look at what happened with Task Force 34 because at the time I'd kind of gone, Task Force 34 shows up, that's kind of boring because it's going to be a bit one-sided in favour of the US Navy, so let's look at the scenarios where it might actually be something of an interesting fight. However, going through over time, both during that initial period and then subsequently going over the records for Samar and the general Battle of Leyte Gulf in more and more detail, not only I've been reminded that Admiral Ching Lee is in charge of Task Force 34, which, given his exploits at Guadalcanal, makes things a whole other different a whole other different board game. And the other thing was, I realised, I think it was like maybe 2-3 weeks after I released that video, I realised that whilst Task Force 34 had 6 battleships assigned to it, which was the main reason why I thought, well, 6 modern US fast battleships versus 4 Japanese, of which only Yamato is modern, is a bit one-sided. I then subsequently realised that actually 2 of them weren't assigned to the part of Task Force 34 that was originally going to cover the San Bernardino Strait. Task Force 34 was split into 3 subgroups, and Admiral Lee was told by Halsey to take 2 of those. So it would have been Iowa, New Jersey, Washington, and I think it was Alabama, because South Dakota and Massachusetts, which were in the other group, they were part of Task Force 34 as a whole, but they weren't part of the 2 groups that Lee was told to cover San Bernardino until Musashi was sunk and Kurita seemed to have turned away, and so it was called up to follow Halsey. Which means that if that alternate history had happened, it would have been Admiral Lee with Washington plus Alabama, Iowa, and New Jersey versus Nagato, Kongo, Haruna, and Yamato, which is a lot more of an interesting fight because it's now 4-on-4. Now, yes, the US has 4 modern fast battleships, and let's face it, Nagato, Kongo, and Haruna are not 1-on-1 matches for any of them, but Yamato, assuming that the US fleet doesn't hide itself in rain schools like Johnston did, is a match, quite well, an overmatch for Washington or Alabama on their own. And as I've discussed, in a sort of a sunny day sea state, Yamato holds some advantages even over an Iowa. So although the US has more cards, the Japanese can make them pay for it, and that makes it a very, very interesting battle. So I think that would probably be, nowadays, my favourite alternate history for the channel period that I haven't covered. What if Task Force 34 got into that scrap? Peter van der Most, in World War II, how would Germany's pre-dreadnoughts fare in a 1-on-1 battle against a modern heavy cruiser, say Algerie or a Baltimore? And would the answer change if you took radar out of the equation? To the latter part, yes, it would definitely, because if we're down to optical spotting equipment, that forces the range closer, which makes the pre-dreadnoughts more likely to hit. And bear in mind, Schließen and her sister ship were pretty much the most upgraded you're ever going to see a pre-dreadnought in real life. And so at those closer ranges, obviously it's 11-inch gunfire. It's not going to do kind things to a heavy cruiser of any description, although it would still be a rather interesting fight because there's more shells and not just more shells from more guns, but more shells being fired faster from the heavy cruiser versus the heavier 11-inch guns on the German pre-dreads. But if you factor radar into the equation, then although because they're 8-inch guns, they don't necessarily have much, if anything, of a range advantage over the pre-dreads, it's still radar, which means in more operational environments, the cruisers have the advantage. So even without radar, fewer heavier shells versus more numerous lighter shells on those kinds of hulls is always going to be an interesting fight to see, especially since the cruiser is going to have a massive speed advantage. But with radar, that would tip the overall balance probably well in favour of a radar-equipped modern heavy cruiser. Isolda74 says you'd end up with a very disappointed Captain Evans if Task Force 34 was there. Maybe. Depends when it shows up. I mean, if it's sitting there all the time from the beginning when Kurita shows up, then yeah, poor Captain Evans is going to be very, very disappointed. But maybe Task Force 34 gets called away, but Halsey turns it around a little bit quicker, so it kind of comes in as the cavalry whilst Johnson is fighting its last stand. And last Patreon history question, then we can get onto the super chats, then we can get on to everyone else. Alt history, this is from Lily. Okay, that's a rather interesting one. Okay, so this is Japan and France building capital ships for each other for some reason in 1936. Okay. That's actually quite a funny one, because at this point Japan's thinking about building the Yamatos, and there is absolutely no way France has the infrastructure to support a Yamato. Equally, if the French are building a capital ship for someone overseas, they're not going to push the boat out with their infrastructure the same way they did for the Richelieus. So you're probably going to get involved with the world's most hilariously unequal trade, except also with kind of a reverse card played. Because the French are probably going to build something along the lines of maybe an upgraded, assuming for whatever reason they're both vaguely building in good faith, the French are probably going to build something that looks somewhat like an upgraded Strasbourg, which the Japanese might actually then find, so it's small, but the Japanese are probably actually going to find that really useful, because that's going to be like a Congo but better for them. Whereas the Japanese, they're kind of just rigged to build the Yamatos at this point, so they might as well do that, which is then going to be absolutely hilarious, because then the French are going to get this colossal battleship that gives them the biggest capital ship by a significant margin in all European waters, except they have no infrastructure to actually support the thing. And they're kind of going to have to sail it till something breaks and then hope they can fix it on board, because they ain't getting it in pretty much anything other than the St. Nazaire Drydock, maybe. And then they're going to be sitting there going, well, how the heck do we fix this? I don't know. Yeah, that would be quite funny. Just watching the French try and work out what the heck they're supposed to be doing with this monster. Right, so that's the Patreon stuff, and we've still got about 40% of the Iron Brew, so that's all good. Just pour out the last of it into the glass, top up the glass, and I can put that bottle down somewhere like so. Right, let's get on to... Let's grab the they grab the super chat questions. So I'm going to mix in the super chats with quick answers to regular chat as well. Thomas Hobarth, if you could preserve 5 British battleships, which would they be? Warspite, Vanguard, Dreadnought, Rodney. Oh, Warspite, Vanguard, Dreadnought, Rodney. Now, Renown. Warspite, Vanguard, Dreadnought, Rodney, and Renown. Yep. William Potts, USS Johnston, hull numbers this time. I don't know what that means. Is that a question? Yes, the ship, obviously the ship that has been found at over 21,000 feet below sea level is USS Johnston, and yes, the hull numbers are there. So we know what it is. I mean, it's hilarious that ship's gone down so far and must have been travelling at considerable speed when it hit the ocean floor. And apart from the fact that it was chewed to pieces on the surface, it's in hilariously good shape. Look, what do you mean it's all gone? I don't know what that means. Okay. UNSC Forward Onto Dawn. Now that USS Johnston has been found, which other lost shipwrecks would you like found next? Also, which existing museum ships would you most like to see restored to seagoing condition? Top 3 museum ships I'd like to see restored to seagoing condition. I mean, I'd love to see Victory moving under full sail. To be honest. They put holes in the underside of the hull for ventilation, so if they could repair and fix those and get her back up to full rig condition, I'd love to see Victory back out at sea in full sail. Likewise with Warrior, because there is no iron, as far as I'm aware, there is no ironclad that just is capable of sailing around the oceans, and Warrior is one of the biggest and best examples of that still survives. And similarly, for similar reasons, because it is so unique, Averof, the sole armoured cruiser, I'd love to see that as well. Yeah, because they're basically unique examples. I mean, we've got some Age of Sail ships, but I don't think we've got another ship of the line floating around anywhere. As far as we don't have any big broadside ironclads, and we don't have any other armoured cruisers. I mean, we've got Aurora, but she's a protected cruiser, not an armoured cruiser. So yeah, those 3 I think would be my ones I'd want to see most restored to seagoing condition. In terms of lost shipwrecks, what would I like to see found next? Well, this is the thing. Thanks to the efforts of like RV Petrol and a few others, there's an awful lot of shipwrecks that up until very recently were considered lost, but now have been found. Oh, I've thought of one. Which one? I can't remember which one was it. It was one of them. One of the South American. I think it was one of the Minas Gerais class that slipped its toe and disappeared into the Atlantic on its way to being scrapped. I'd like to know where that ended up, just as a matter of professional curiosity more than anything else. Also completing the collection of Japanese and American carriers that were lost in the Pacific. That'll be quite nice. I found Ark Royal. Unfortunately, other people have found Repulse and Prince of Wales, as well as just naval archaeologists. Yeah, I think that those would be my top my top ones. I can't remember if they found Captain's Wreck. If they haven't found HMS Captain's Wreck, that would be one as well. C4, yes, World War II Scharnhorst has been found. Not a lot of exploration done as much, because it's one of the least hospitable seas ever. But yeah. Frank Sposato, looks like the Johnston is mostly intact until her second torpedo launcher. The book The World Wondered says that Yamato was the battleship that hit her. What do you think? Yeah, a lot of ships hit Johnston, but it was mostly AP shells pretty much right up until the end. So yeah, the fact that Johnston's probably about 2/3 of her hull is there doesn't surprise me too much. I mean, the thing is, we've only got like 40 seconds of footage, I think, so far on the channel of the YouTube channel of the people who found her, and most of that is relatively static. So there's a lot of unless they've released even more pictures in the sort of last 18 hours or so, there's not a tremendous amount of the rest of the hull shown. So I'd be very interested to see what the rest of the hull looks like, and what, therefore, you're going to see the rest of the damage to the ship. Harold Grundetjern, maybe. If the development of missile and rocket technology had not developed since World War II, how do you think ships would look today? especially with navigation, since they can't shoot satellites into space, as well as weapon systems. Well, without missiles, you're probably still going to see a lot of 3-inch automatic firing anti-aircraft guns. Yeah, I think you're probably going to see twin-mounted automatic 3-inch anti-aircraft guns in a lot of places. There'll be a few. That's going to be your kind of, I guess, your standard armament. Because the thing is, you can get rapid-fire 4-inch, 4.5-inch, 5-inch guns. But compared to the sheer amount of firepower you can throw down range with 3-inch, in terms of numbers of shells, I don't think that anything's going to really compete with that. You might have a few heavier, given that they've got automatic 6-inches working afterwards. You might see automatic 6s in place as kind of a heavy sniping AA, but the bulk of your AA defense is probably going to be auto 3s. The thing is, with missile and rocket tech, in World War II, you've already got Fritz X, Bat, HS-293. You've already got a whole bunch of pre-existing air-to-surface missiles and things like that. So again, this is why you want the twin 3-inch, just to throw up massive flak walls that these things have to fly into. And at that point, yes, you're still going to see heavy guns on ships, and carriers are going to be quite interesting as well. I don't think that there'd be too much in the way of armor, because if something like a Fritz X or a Tall Boy or whatever hits, no amount of armor is going to save you. So I think armor's probably going to have thinned down. But yeah, you're going to see some real gun farms going. Corey Espley plus 6 to 12 CIWS on each ship. Possibly. I mean, the thing is, the CIWS is designed to stop like subsonic anti-shipping missiles. Auto 3s, I think, will probably end up doing a better job of that. And CIWS as a concept, yes, I can agree, you probably will see that in, but I think the CIWS is probably going to be made up of Auto 3s and maybe 40 mils. I don't think you'd see them dropping back to the 20s, because the 20s were going out of fashion for a number of reasons even before that. So maybe kind of, not even goalkeeper, but maybe some kind of Bofors 40mm in CIWS form. Snazzy Crowd 1212. Which nation's navy designs / maritime history do you personally find the most interesting outside of the UK? Oh, that is a difficult one. What do I find the most interesting? Everything's got points to recommend them. This is the thing. Because you've got some navies that have a very long design history. Apart from anything they're contributing to being sort of rivals to the Royal Navy, like the Dutch Navy, the French Navy, the Spanish Navy. They've got very long and interesting histories, even if their size is kind of petering out by the 20th century to varying degrees. And then you've got the younger navies, like the US Navy, but obviously has grown to be very, very large. The German Navy, which of course didn't exist, and then flared up and then died down. That's got quite a lot of interest to it. The Russian Navy tends to go underappreciated, because a lot of people seem to think the Russian Navy started in the latter part of the 19th century, when it didn't. The Russian Navy has a lot more history to it than a lot of the other younger navies, like the Japanese Navy, the German Navy, or even the US Navy. Because the Russian Navy is kicking around as a major force at the time of Peter the Great, even if it goes through a few rocky patches in between. So yeah, there's loads of stuff to, and the Italian Navy is another one of these younger navies. And actually, I would say probably if I had to pick any single nation and say this is the one that intrigues me the most, probably be the Italian Navy and its technical ancestors. Because Italy, again, the Italian navy is a very young navy from the mid 1800s, but you have the Neapolitan navy, the Venetian navy, the Genoese navy, etc. All the navies of all the different minor kingdoms that eventually made up Italy. And the Mediterranean has been a cauldron of naval warfare back before the Romans. So technically, if you're just looking at the navies that had their home ports on the peninsula of Italy, you can go back to the Roman navy and go through that entire period. And then as you get the various Italian kingdoms, Sicily and so forth, you've got, I mean, heck, if you're including Sicily in there, you can even look at the pre-Roman stuff when you had the Athenian colonies there. But going forward, there's a whole suite of Age of Sail stuff, the Neapolitan navy, its dealings with Nelson. Before that, you've got the Venetian navy and the Genoese navy, the Vatican navy, etc., fighting the Ottomans at places like Lepanto. And then you've got the sort of the main ironclad era where you have all these wonderful designs by Benedetto Brin, amongst others. And then you get into the 20th century and you get this whole slew of interesting designs as well. And although the Italian navy's never at the level of competing with the US or British Navy or Japanese Navy in that period, I think, as I've said before, the Italian Navy actually has a lot more ships and is therefore a lot more interesting than the Kriegsmarine, for example, in World War II. So yeah, I think for that reason, the navies of the Italian peninsula would probably be the one I would pick for that. Plus also the incredibly frustrating fact that of all the various European navies, the Italian Navy, despite all of this history, is actually one of the harder ones to find decent or any books on. You can find tons of stuff on the Dutch Navy, tons of stuff on the French Navy, a veritable mountain of stuff on the various German navies, whether it be the Kaiserliche Marine or the Kriegsmarine or whatever. But finding decent resources on Italian and Spanish navies is actually, at least for me, has actually even been harder than finding decent information on the Russians and the Swedes. So, yeah. Sreko Kovalu, thank you, contributing to the Iron Brew War Chest. Lars Mitcher saying thanks for all your work. Thank you very much, guys. Then we've got Nosdormu89. Said, I've recently read about the Battle of Pulo Aura. My question is, are there any other similar battles like it? Oh, Pulo Aura, I've heard of it. I can't remember. Let me just take a quick check what it actually is. I mean, I recognise it, but... Oh, of course, this is the... Yes, this is when the East Indiamen pretend to be actual warships and scare the French away. Yes. I know it by a slightly different name. That's the problem there. But yes, that is a very, very interesting little battle. Are there similar battles? There are some battles that don't happen because of deception measures like that. Not exactly like that, but similar kinds of deception being pulled off. But in terms of specifically East Indiamen disguising themselves, I think there's one or two attempts, but nothing on that kind of scale. I mean, one of the problems, to be perfectly honest, is that once you get much earlier than that, you're in that era where whether or not a ship is a merchant ship or a warship is something of an academic question. It's what is its purpose on this particular voyage? And so you can conflate some of that where it's like, is it a treasure galleon or is it a warship that is acting as a treasure galleon? Is it just a big ship that has been taken into military service, and so on and so forth? Ages Flow. Were there any actions or plans by the belligerents in both World Wars to try and sabotage the Suez Canal? Any Allied concerns or countermeasures? Yes and yes. They didn't get very far with the plans, obviously. The Germans and Italians in World War II tried to mine it, and either end of the Suez Canal was quite heavily defended by the Allies to prevent submarine incursions and the like. But the problem with trying to mine the Suez Canal is that it's generally not exactly deep, so airdropping a mine, it would tend to just smash into the bottom and dash itself to pieces. You'd have to develop like parachute dropped mines and such, which they had, but obviously there was a lot of defences going on there. The main thing is because the Suez Canal is so much in the under British control that a kind of surface action, or topical to the current time, sailing in a block ship is not really practical. So you have to be a little bit more sneaky about it. Corey S. How can a country that's always been landlocked have a navy? A lake, either if they've got a big navigable lake, or if they've got a river that they can pass through, or if they rent a port. Literally rent a port. That is something that some of them do. Sail away. Ramming or Greek fire? Who wins? Probably Greek fire. Jacob Valdez. Thoughts on USS New Mexico? The first US dread that was produced in threes instead of a pair. As I've said before, actually, I really like the New Mexico class. It is one of my favourite battleship designs of any nation at all, including British. I've thought about it a lot, and I can't quite put my finger on it, because it's not like the New Mexicos are unique in their armament. There are quite a number of US standard classes that have, the 12, 14-inch guns in in 4 triple turrets. But yeah, there's something about their design that makes them stand out from the other US standards. The Pennsylvanias look just a little bit too... I wouldn't say crude, but they just look a little bit too of the last generation. And the Tennessees, whilst they look good, you can tell that the US Navy wanted them to be Colorados before there were Colorados. I mean, granted, they wanted the New Mexicos to be Colorados before there were Colorados as well, but there's just something about the design aesthetic of the New Mexicos that just works for me on a level where they look just a little bit more modern, a little bit more sleek than the Tennessees, and they look a little bit more comfortable in their armament than the Pennsylvanias, and they look a little bit more comfortable in their armament than the Tennessees. It's one of these really intriguing things that I can't quite put my finger on it, but I'm sure most of you have probably come across, where you look at a warship and you just think, I like it. I can't put my finger on why, but I like it. Frank Spazzato, do you think that Beatty is responsible at all for the loss of Royal Oak? That's probably one thing I can't pin on him. Much as you know, I can find a lot to pin on Beatty, including Admiral King's Anglophobia. Yeah. No, I can't think of a way that Beatty is really responsible for the loss of Royal Oak. B. Dillon, is there any naval engagement or ship from history that deserves its story told through film? So many. I still am intrigued as to why no one's bothered to do the Battle of Samar. I can understand. I'd really like them to do Jutland. I really, really would. But I can understand that these days the CGI and practical effects budget for the Battle of Jutland movie would be just off the charts. A Battle of Samar movie, though, you've got Fletcher class destroyers that you can use for a lot of shots, so you don't have to build a Fletcher class set. You've got one, and the number of digital models and part physical models that have been made for the Yamato and some of the other Japanese ships, there's a lot of pre-existing assets that you could use for it, and it is a story that really needs its big film debut. Andreas Forrester, did you miss my last email? Possibly not missed, but I suppose it's probably as good a chance as any to mention this. When it comes to sending me emails, what you will notice is that around the start of the month, I am a lot more responsive to emails than you'll get from towards the end of the month with me, and that's basically because of the Patreon Drydock. First couple of weeks of the month, I'm working on getting ahead. I'm working on scripts, I'm working on videos, but I have time to look through the emails, answer the emails, etc., etc. It's all fun and games. And then when you get into like crunch time, the last week and a half before the Patreon Drydock needs to go up, basically almost all my waking hours, apart from the regular content, is just putting together the Patreon Drydock. So all of a sudden my response time for emails drops like a stone. I mean, my inbox in the middle of March, I'd managed to get down to about 40 emails that I hadn't responded to, down from like about, I think, 18, 85, 90. And just because of the busyness of the Patreon Drydock, I'm looking at it now, it's gone back up to 80. And maybe at the end of today I'll have that down to 75. But so there are some emails that need a lot of response work done. So yeah. Sarah Boyle pointing out, Beatty was first Sea Lord for 8 years. He could have done defences for Scaff Philosophy. Yes, he could have done, but Royal Oak was sunk in World War II, and pretty much all the major anti-submarine defences that you could have theoretically built in the early 20s would either have been taken away or would be obsolete by World War II. Michael Mackenzie points out, yes, if a film was made about Samar, the producers want to show the audience the entire war to date before they show the Battle of Samar. Yeah, for some reason. I don't know why, but Andres, I will get back to you via email, hopefully at some point over the forthcoming week, because I will now have a lot more time on my hands, hopefully. Dr. V, with American naval radar in World War II, why do you think it took so long to be able to use it for effective night use? And why did it seem many captains and admirals had no idea how to use it well? Part of that is the career path. So, I mean, if you've seen the Admiral King video, you'll have seen, like, Admiral King he's entering the US Naval Academy around the turn of the century, and he isn't a captain, even despite his capabilities. He doesn't get what you might term a serious command until well into the 20s. Yes, he's got destroyers in the early 1910s, but in terms of an actual serious large ship command, he doesn't actually have that or equivalent posting until the middle of the 20s. And so when you think about captains and admirals, most of the captains of the larger ships and the admirals of various fleets, they're going to have started their career in the US Navy in most of them probably in the 1910s, maybe a few of them in the 20s. And so for most of their career, radar has not been a thing, and they will have had it, therefore, through long-term exposure, had it ingrained into them that this is how you do night spotting, or this is how you don't fight night actions. You wait for daytime. So you've got this very long, for obvious technological reasons, enforced period where there isn't any radar. Then they're being thrown into a scenario which is completely different from what they'd expected. You've got Pearl Harbor, it's taken out the battleships. You've all got carriers. Okay, they had carriers, but carriers are now featuring a lot more importantly than they thought they were. There's no big fleet actions, so the whole sort of scouting force, battle force that the US Navy had set up for most of the interwar period is kind of irrelevant. So they've got all this new stuff coming in, aircraft, etc. And on top of that, you've got this radar. And the radar has varying capabilities. So some radar is very short range, better than visual spotting, but not by much. Other radar, like the SG radar, is considerably better for that kind of thing. So, yeah, I think the reason it took so long for them to be able to use it effectively at night is a combination of just this long ingrained habit of not using it, and combined with the fact that the US Navy didn't really do all that much when it came to night fighting compared to the British and Japanese in terms of pre-war training, and the fact that they're being thrust into war very quickly. Because the thing is, 1942, you're kind of getting to the midpoint of World War II as a whole. But for the US Navy, 1942 is their first year at war. So it's the equivalent for, say, the Royal Navy of late 1939, early 1940. And the British have had more experience with radar at that point. They've introduced it earlier. They have a night fighting doctrine. And it still takes them a while to get up to speed with exactly how they're using radar in night actions. So for the Americans who have, as I say, they're coming to radar a little bit later, they've not really got much of a night fighting doctrine as compared to the Royal and Japanese navies. And they're in the middle of this complete upending of all their plans. And only sort of 6-8 months into the war, it's somewhat more understandable that it took them a little bit longer to get their heads around how to use radar properly. And with people like Admiral Lee, who did understand it, it showed you could actually get your head around it fairly quickly and use it effectively. Aluminium Fence has been asking this question for a while. He says, in his video on the PBY, Greg said it took such a toll on Japanese shipping that they thought it was a new US weapon. How big a toll did the PBY wreak on Japanese shipping? The PBY had some victories against warships, not a tremendous amount for obvious reasons. I mean, even Japanese anti-aircraft fire can probably deal with something as big as and relatively slow as a PBY. But precisely because it's big, stable, and long range, something like a PBY is actually fairly effective, very effective anti-submarine aircraft, and fairly effective going after merchant shipping. And of course, the Japanese don't escort their merchant ships all that much for quite a bit of the war, which then puts you in a much, much better strategic situation. It's one of those things of, the PBY was not designed as a primarily anti-shipping strike platform, but if you're going to have a bunch of merchant ships sailing around with minimal escort, well, it's a good a platform as any, because if they can't shoot back, then having lots of weapons and long range is pretty much the two biggest things. UNSC Rear Admiral, could there have been a fleet carrier armed and armoured with up to 8-inch guns and still maintain effectiveness in both roles? Could it be done, and how difficult would it be to do? Technically, theoretically, yes. Practically, at the time, no. Because a fleet carrier armed and armoured against 8-inch guns, plus retaining full fleet carrier effectiveness, would have to be considerably larger than what the Washington Naval Treaty allowed for. I mean, the Lexingtons were so huge they even had to cheat their special exemption clause to get them in, and those were fleet carriers with 8-inch guns, but they were never going to stand up to 8-inch gunfire. They weren't armoured for it. So yeah, you'd have to be pushing like well into 40,000 tons before you could start to get something along those lines, and even then, you would probably still only have the equivalent of maybe a 28 to 32,000 ton carrier in terms of your effectiveness, because of the sheer amount of extra weight taken up by the armor, the stability implications of that, and the additional power you'd have to put in to push all that mass through it. Yeah, Carl von Gazenberg pointing out that, yeah, when it comes to the PBY with anti-shipping, we're not just talking about, when we say merchant shipping, we're not just talking about, 6, 10, 12,000 ton oceanic merchant shipping. We're talking about lots of small coastal shipping as well, which doesn't require a tremendous amount to sink and tend not to be very well protected at all. And again, something like a PBY with large carrying capacity can carry lots of small bombs that are very good at taking those things out. So if a PBY arbitrarily, for sake of argument, is carrying 400 or 500 pound bombs, well, theoretically it can sink 4 ships, whereas a scouting Dauntless with a single 500 pounder can only sink 1 ship, unless that ship happens to be an ammunition ship that's tied up to a bunch of other ships, I guess. But there you go. Tyler Kuhn, the human-guided V1 are ready in sufficient numbers prior to D-Day. The Allies have no warning that of this new weapon. How much damage do they cause to the invasion force? Part 2, replace it with a human-guided V2. A human-guided V2 is no threat, because human-guided V2, the guy's going to freeze to death or die of oxygen deprivation well before he comes back down. Human-guided V1... I know they existed. I don't know anything close to enough about whether they were how their effectiveness actually rated to be able to give you a decent answer on that. I mean, high-speed pulse jet, basically early cruise missile, could do a lot of damage if it hit. I have some trouble trying to, especially considering you were supposed to bail out or eject from the blasted thing. Right, it wasn't full-on kamikaze like the Cherry Blossom one, the guided missile the Japanese produced. I have some serious issues trying to imagine how effective they would be. I just don't know enough about that project, unfortunately. But my suspicion is probably not particularly effective at that point. Especially considering where the warhead is, it'd be very easy to explode. And I can't imagine they'd be particularly agile either. Rick Klinner, thank you very much for your kind comments. He says, which naval libation do you prefer? Gin, rum, beer, or something else? In terms of the most commonly stocked naval alcoholic libations, I would definitely go for rum. I do like my rum. Gin, I can take it or leave it. Weirdly enough, I don't tend to like most beers, or to be honest, most low alcohol content liquor, to be perfectly honest. If it doesn't have a double-digit percentage ABV, you're going to struggle to get me interested. Ian Brannan, would you be looking at HMCS Prince Robert? It was part of a three-ship armed merchant cruiser set in the World War II for the Royal Canadian Navy. At some point, yeah. As I've said before, as long as it was a warship of some description in the period the channel covers, I will eventually look at it if people want me to. It's just there's an awful lot of warships, so it will take a while to get to any particular one. And a lot of people in the comments saying the human-guided V1s weren't ever used in battle. Well, thank goodness for that, to be perfectly honest, because, yeah, human human guided weapons where the human is inside the weapon. I understand on a technical level how they work and why they did it. It still is, yeah, just not a pleasant thing to think about. Aluminium fence. Collabs you'd like to do. I know Greg and Navy Reviewer both said they were open. Oh, that'd be interesting. I mean, I've still got to get back to Historiographer as well, to be perfectly honest. There's a whole list of collabs I'd like to do. But yeah. I mean, I've got more time to do them now. Yeah, I think I should probably start reaching out to people a bit more for collabs now that I have a lot more time on my hands. Darius Rutowski, we'll make a poll out of you. You Polish people and your liquor production. I have a bone to pick with you guys now that you reminded me. I should probably put this up on Patreon. I intended to put it up on Patreon. But no, the reason I say that is because while I was producing the 18th century naval food, when I was vaguely looking into the other modern naval foods, more modern naval foods, I eventually decided that the variance between what you can get in a supermarket and 19th and 20th century naval rations wasn't enough to be immediately interesting. Maybe I'll cover that in the future video, I don't know. But I was looking into torpedo juice, of all things. And I actually then went and made torpedo juice and drank torpedo juice, and that was a fun experience. Let me tell you that, because in my infinite wisdom I decided the double shot glass was the appropriate measuring device for the ratio of 3:2 in terms of pineapple or grapefruit juice versus, you know, basically grain alcohol, 90% by volume grain alcohol. And of course, because we don't live in a sane world, but we live in a world where regulations on selling certain types of alcohol are actually in place. And so when I was looking into, well, where can I get 90% by volume grain alcohol? It turns out there wasn't anywhere in the UK or the US or most of Europe that sold it. But of course, who did? The Polish. It's actually sitting there behind the screen, the bottle of the stuff. I found a Polish website that would sell 90% by volume grain alcohol, so 180 proof. And I bought some. It was shipped. I used it to make torpedo juice. And yeah, that was an interesting evening. Having filmed me making it and drinking it, and then filmed an update 5 minutes later, once it came the next morning, I realised there was absolutely no way I could put that into the standard video on YouTube, because that would almost certainly get the thing demonetized. So I don't know. I need to look into whether or not I can publish that generally, or maybe just on Patreon or something in some way, so that you too can enjoy the hilarity and the suffering without YouTube getting all sort of irritated with it. Yeah. Oh dear. Animal 16365 suggesting I should look up Everclear in 190 proof. See, the problem with something like Everclear, that sounds more like a cleaning agent. Yeah, I don't know. That was a fun thing. But anyway, yeah. Now you know the story of the torpedo juice. So yeah, thanks Poland. I both simultaneously admire and am worried about your alcohol producing industry. Oh dear. Where were we? Whiskey Delta Golf. What would be like at the Battle of Dogger Bank? What would the Battle of Dogger Bank have looked like if the fishing boats were an equivalent size fleet of British-built Japanese torpedo boats? If they actually were torpedo boats, the 2nd Pacific Squadron wouldn't have gotten out of the North Sea. There were a lot of fishing boats. And if they were waiting in ambush, like at that close range, you could almost walk from one fleet to the other on the torpedoes. So yeah, you weren't getting anywhere fast on that. Juno191, where do you get the HMCS Algonquin poster? The same place I got all the other posters this size, a Space Pick Shovel on Teespring. I don't know why he's selling posters on Teespring. I guess Teespring does posters as well. But yeah, anyway, Space Pick Shovel. He does this. He does a whole bunch of others as well. I keep rotating them each time we do a live stream. John Pelkey asks, I know it was touched upon in the War of 1812 Freshwater Edition, but could we get a video about naval combat on Lake Champlain during the 3 major wars it was involved with? Excuse me. Yeah, at some point. Sure. Basically, although it's not a strictly hard and fast rule when it comes to Wednesday videos, it pretty much is on 5-minute guides. I always want to cover the larger context before I go down into the details. So with the 5-minute guides, 99.9% of the time I will not cover a specific ship, unless it was a class of 1, until I've got a video up that covers the class. Because apart from anything else, it means I don't have to repeat all the technical details. I can just say, go and see the class video if you want to know the technical specs, and that gives me 5-6 minutes to talk about the actual history of that particular ship. And similarly, where possible, I like to talk about the broader context of something in the Wednesday videos before I dive into the precise details. Now, obviously, with some big naval battles or whatever, they are pretty much a standalone thing in and of themselves. But when you've got something like Lake Champlain, I wouldn't want to cover that before I'd covered generally the war on the Great Lakes. So, having done that, then yeah, I would be happy to do Lake Champlain now when it can slot up on my schedule. Nope, and then nope, but with a umlaut or something above the second E. So, nope, nope, I don't know. How does that go? My grandfather worked in a Canadian naval yard in World War II and told me they ran out of guns and put painted telephone poles on corvettes. Is that true? I've heard something like that at points in World War II. This is kind of substituting a painted wooden stick of some description for guns. In the naval context, the most common story I've heard with that is that where they didn't have the guns available at the yard they would put the mountings and everything on and then put some kind of painted wood on to simulate a gun, but then the ship would then go to another port or dockyard where they did have the guns. It would be a very temporary thing, not we're going to sail out and try and do convoy escort runs with a bunch of telephone poles strapped to our turrets. So yeah, in principle, yes, I have heard of that kind of thing, but generally as a very temporary measure. John Hart, it's November 1914. You have 4 months to plan a successful attack of the Dardanelles. Target is Istanbul. What do you do to make it a success? The one thing I don't do is go and bombard the Dardanelles right as the war has started and then fly or sail away, leaving the Ottomans every opportunity to examine exactly where their defences are weak. I mean, by November 1914, it's a bit late for that, but hey-ho. Successful attack on the Dardanelles. I'd want military-grade minesweepers. I would probably, assemble the pre-dreadnoughts, assemble some other bombardment forces, train everybody, maybe on Crete or Cyprus, get them up to speed first on full onshore bombardment, analyse the gun, the shell fall patterns, work out what works best. Do we fire the big guns? Do we fire the intermediate secondary guns? Do we fire them all at once? Do we fire them separately? Basically get the shore bombardment tactics down absolutely pat. I mean 4 months isn't enough to stick bulges on everything, but at the very least I might try and improvise some kind of expendable cowcatcher style thing on the front, so welded to the front of the ship just to try and detonate mines a little bit further away. and then go in with a sort of an all-in smothering fire to try and suppress the defences, move the minesweepers up, clear a passage for the mines, and have a pre-readied force first of, again, sort of cowcatcher equipped semi-expendable pre-dreadnoughts, followed by some more valuable ships, and run them all the way through. Like, don't bother so much with the landing things, just smother everything in high explosives long enough to force your ships through, then worry about the landings. Sage of Irrelevance, a follow-up to the World War II battleship swap. This time the UK gets America's battleships, Japan gets Britain's, and America gets Japan's. What happens? America's losing that scenario because obviously it's now got many fewer battleships. Japan gets the best relative thing because they now have a lot more capital ships than they had historically, and they've got some nice big fast ones. The UK gets the American ships. And that's not too bad, except on the North Carolina vibration problems. The main problem the British are going to have in that scenario is that they now don't have any 30 knotters. So they don't have any. If they don't have any large, fast capital ships, say because the North Carolina is still trying to work out their propulsion issues at the beginning of the war, the British are going to be in a little bit of trouble trying to use capital ships to catch the Scharnhorsts, Bismarcks, even the Deutschlands, to be honest. At that point, you're going to have to rely on the Germans accepting battle or cornering them, rather than having Hood, Renown, Repulse for various aspects of those missions, and even the King George V's, because they can actually make 28 knots without being like a washing machine with a brick thrown in them. So yeah, Japan wins the most there because they've got a big increase in capital ships and they've got some fast ones to keep up with their carriers, and the Americans lose the most because, well, they now have 10 ships, and the Yamatos are still a fair bit away from completion. Emperor Dave, 1870. The Austrian Empire joins the new Germany, creating a greater German Empire. What does its navy look like, and how do the world wars go? Also, great channel. Really appreciated your encode. Well, that's good. I mean, yeah. Hopefully, I've been able to help some people through the various lockdowns we've all been experiencing. What does the greater German Empire look like? If you say the Austrian Empire, presumably that means not the Austro-Hungarian Empire, so the Hungarian aspect is still independent, I guess. But anyway, what's the name? I mean, it's going to be a bit bigger, but I think it's going to depend a lot on what happens with Italy. If Italy stays a rival, then overall the actual individual fleets are going to be smaller because this greater German Empire is going to want to build to counter Italy in the Adriatic and build over Italy, which will probably lead to its own little naval arms race there, plus still having to build in Northern Europe, plus now they've got land borders with a lot of people who are very not nice to them, so a big army as well. So they're going to be a bit stretched. So although the overall greater German fleet would probably be considerably larger, the Northern European element of it is going to be smaller. The Adriatic element of it is going to be larger, which actually is going to be very interesting because it means in the world wars, potentially you're going to have people having to split their attentions a lot more. So you're going to have probably most of the French and Italian fleet having to stare over down the Adriatic. Meanwhile, the Royal Navy's job in the North Sea has probably gotten a lot easier, which means the Royal Navy might detach a bunch of ships to go and help the Italians and the French look after the Adriatic. Castellon 1, if the Isles were reactivated, which would they likely get? Gas turbines or nuclear reactors as replacement power plants, or even modern steam turbines? If you're going to go through that trouble, probably gas turbines, because at least that way you can make some use of the existing bunkerage and fuel supply lines. Nuclear reactors, you're going to have to completely basically gut the ships and rebuild them almost from just the whole tub up. Modern steam turbines, you might have problems finding enough people that have their necessary expertise to run them. So yeah, gas, just dropping in, was it LM2500s or whatever, the ones they use to run the Berks, just dropping in a ton of those. Yeah, that will probably be the least hilariously expensive one to deal with. Penguin Slayer. Snickers or Mars bar? Snickers as a chocolate bar, Mars as an ice cream bar. Also, Mars milk is better than Snickers milk. Todd Webb, how different is World War II if Japan goes on the offensive in 19... Oh yes, the silencer's worn off. Put that back on again. Todd Webb, how different is World War II if Japan goes on the offensive in September 39 and Germany doesn't get involved until December 41? Very different. Very, very different, because accelerated Vanguard construction is definitely happening, because Vanguard's mostly designed for the Far Eastern Fleet. The Lion class are probably getting built because, you know, shipyards aren't being interfered with by bombing for considerably longer. And again, Japan has a big battleship fleet. They're going to want the Lions for that 16-inch gun delays or not. So yeah, the Royal Navy is probably going to be built up. They're going to have a lot more large ships built, which is going to be a lot more of a problem for the Germans, because the Germans... by December 41, you're still only looking at Bismarck and Tirpitz. They're not going to get sort of H-39s, etc. Although the H-39s might enter service a couple of years down the line, they might still be under construction. They might even complete Graf Zeppelin, you never know. The air war in the 39 for carriers is going to be fun, because it's going to be an awful lot of biplanes and a few monoplanes floating around. Yeah, that's going to be a very, very weird one. There's no Yamato threat at this point. It's far, far too early. Yeah, that's going to be it's going to be a completely different war. Especially because Italy kind of jumps in when it looks like Germany is winning. So Italy's not going to get involved until at least mid-42. So, yeah, you're going to have a couple of years of high-intensity war between Japan and the Allies. With not quite, but it's going to feel almost like a completely different technological base compared to how the actual Pacific War went in, you know, history. Kirchlep, what do you think the Lion class chances of being built if the US had offered to Lend-Lease some 60-inch 50 Mark IIs for their completion? If they'd offered them early enough, sure, but I don't think Lend-Lease came in quickly enough before the decision to suspend building was brought in. I'm alright. Just being offered more drink. Can't break with tradition. Alice Osako asks, do you ever intend to cover the summers? Do you ever intend to cover the Summers Affair of 1843? Yeah, at some point. Again, though anything like that is full-on Wednesday video fodder. It's just the Wednesday video list is almost getting longer than the 5-minute guide list at this point. Nihon, will you cover the Spanish Civil War's naval battles, etc.? I might do a video on the Spanish Civil War naval side of things at some point, yes. Yeah, that would be a nice one to do. What I'm trying to do now is kind of general-ish spoilers for upcoming videos this year, outside of the Patreon requested and voted on Wednesday videos. Is I'm trying to move towards having a number of series, so one after the other little series. So like the Guadalcanal series has been quite successful. People seem to have liked it a lot, and I think that's probably the best way of covering the various naval battles in the Guadalcanal campaign. So I'm looking towards, in the summer, wrapping up some of the other series that I've had ongoing. So like World War II Destroyer Design and Development, people have been asking for that for a while. The aircraft carriers design and development in World War II. Both of those videos will be coming in the summer. Nelson Part 3, if that all works out, hopefully will also be coming in the summer. So that'll be wrapping up sort of the pre-existing series that I've left open-ended for various reasons. And then I'm thinking of then going on to, kind of like with the Guadalcanal campaign, we've had roughly one video a month. Maybe in the autumn going over to cover the Anglo-Dutch Wars, because there's plenty of interesting big battles and things to talk about there. And so you'll kind of have each month, assuming 4 Wednesdays, the Wednesday videos will be 2 Patreon voted ones, which is what you've had for like the past year or so, 2 Patreon voted ones, and now you'll have 1 from an ongoing series, which but towards the end of the year will be Anglo-Dutch Wars, I think, and then 1 will be kind of just a random one that I pick that's on my list to cover, and so then when we finish the Anglo-Dutch Wars, we can look at some other series of engagements. So the Napoleonic Wars I won't cover as a series, because that would just be like from now to the end of time covering the various battles of the Napoleonic Wars in sequential series. But yeah, so not that, but maybe then a series on the major sea battles of the American Civil War or something like that. And Captain Seafort, any plans for a video covering gun design construction to go the 1850s onward shells mount one? Yeah, at some point. The gun design construction is in a similar place to the other ongoing sort of one that I started off with, the steam and sail to iron video, where it's kind of run on into the minefield of trying to negotiate exactly how much technological advancement there was in guns, propulsion systems, ship design, etc. as a whole in the second half of the 19th century. Carl von Gausenberg, World War I Adriatic Naval Campaign Series? Possibly. I'd have to start lining my series up. Seas. Does HMNLS Tromp hold the record for being wrongfully reported sunk? Also replace Villeneuve with Admiral de Ruyter at Trafalgar, who wins. At Trafalgar, I don't think, if you're doing a direct swap at the time of Trafalgar, I don't think there's much, if anything, in terms of the admirals that you could swap in to win Trafalgar for the Franco-Spanish fleet, simply because a lot of the issues that face the Franco-Spanish fleet at Trafalgar are much, much, much more deeper rooted than the leadership. It's the crews, it's the amount of training they've got, in some cases the state of the ships, etc. You could have an admiral who has the absolute perfect battle plan, but to be perfectly honest, the crews of a lot of the Franco-Spanish ships present at Trafalgar simply didn't have the experience at sea, in those kind of maneuvers, to be able to successfully pull off. I mean, even Villeneuve was, if you look at Villeneuve's plans that he was signalling to them to do versus the actual state of the Franco-Spanish battle line, even that was rather poor, and it was not exactly like Villeneuve was asking them to do something particularly complex. As far as Tromp holding the record for being wrongfully reported sunk, you'd have some stiff competition. I mean, the number of times the Germans declared they'd sunk Ark Royal. I think the British wish they had as many Ark Royal class as the Germans claimed they'd sunk it. There's quite a number of... There's, I think, 8 or 9 ships in World War II, which sort of every other week are being reported sunk. American carriers as a batch as well, because I think as impressive a number of fleet carriers as the Americans managed to build, if you look at every report that the Japanese submitted where they said they sank American fleet carriers, you'd think the Americans were producing Essex class at the rate that they were producing escort carriers. Mean Sarton, did the Japanese ever develop torpedo boats like the US during World War II, given their fondness for torpedoes and night fighting? They did have small attack craft. Not necessarily strictly like the PT boats, but everyone had their own version of small attack craft. But they did like to have, albeit they were somewhat older, they did like to have the kind of the warship, what I call warship torpedo boats, sort of 600-800 tonners, as in some ways like the Germans did as well, and the Italians for that matter. So yeah, because the Japanese were looking at a big oceanic naval engagement under Kantai-Kessen, whilst they did have some small fast attack craft, it wasn't given anything like the emphasis it was in some other navies. Whiskey Delta Golf. Yep, I will add PS Waverley to the list of paddle steamers of World War II. No name. If you could develop the Russo-Japanese War a little bit. Actually, yeah, that's another good one for a series. Battles of the Russo-Japanese War. I mean, I've already done Tsushima, but there's a few other battles and conflicts. Anyway, what do you think could Russia do to change the outcome of a naval war during the conflict? 2 seconds. My screen is about to try and turn itself off. I just need to tell it not to do that. Right. There we go. Right. What do you think Russia could do to change the outcome of naval warfare during the conflict? The Russians were already putting a fair bit of emphasis on their Pacific squadron. I mean, Port Arthur has a number of weaknesses as a port, but it's pretty much one of the better ones the Russians can get their hands on at the time. To change the outcome of the naval war during that conflict, I think a lot of it is luck. The loss of Makarov really was a kick in the teeth for the Russian Navy. So I guess maybe the only thing you could definitively say maybe would be, because the Russians were one of the very, very earliest experimenters with naval mines back in the Crimean War, maybe they should have been a bit more conscious of, the mining threat and had minesweepers out, and that might have saved Makarov, and his ship, which in turn might have then allowed them to take advantage of when their own Russian counter-mining efforts cost the Japanese a couple of battleships. That might have helped sort of stem the flow of the war against them. And then if Makarov's forces are in better shape, then perhaps when Rodzhozhensky shows up, Makarov might be able to, if he hasn't already, make some kind of breakout and meet him part way. I think that would probably be about the closest I've come to a plausible way of changing things. Whiskey Delta Golf. Why didn't the US Navy name a carrier after Admiral King? They did name a destroyer, I think, or two. I have a feeling with Admiral King, it's probably because, despite the fact, as you probably heard in the video about him, he actually was a carrier admiral, if you like. There isn't a USS Halsey either, to be honest. I think it's a combination of the fact that, unlike someone like Nimitz, King doesn't quite get the same level of recognition as someone like Nimitz, and also at the time, as you probably might expect, King made an awful lot of enemies as much as he did friends, who would have a vested interest in not having his name associated with any of the grander, larger US captures. I mean, you got Forrestal as a carrier and not King, for example, and there's a lot of internal politics and rivalry going on, and whilst Admiral King was very, very good at certain things, even he knew he wasn't very good at politics, and I think that more than anything else is why we don't have an Ernest J. King, the USS Ernest J. King. Colin Williams, Operation Felix was the German seizure of Gibraltar with Spain allowing it to happen, so the issue with Spain's combat ineptitude doesn't factor in. Yeah, if Spain allows Operation Felix to go ahead in that form. The way I read the question, it sounded more like it was asking what if Spain decides to invade. But if I misread it and it's a German attempt to take Gibraltar, then that potentially is a different issue. Lucas Janska, would the reactivation of the Des Moines class have been a good alternative to the Iowas in the 1980s? Don't think so. There's not as many of them, and they don't offer the same level of capability or upgradability, and it'll probably cost almost as much in terms of manpower, etc. I mean, if you're going to reactivate something that's a World War II era original vessel, and you're going to reactivate a gun vessel in the 80s for the US Navy, you might as well do the Iowas. Anything else is going to cost you almost as much and offer you much less capability. Hendog 1000. If the US Navy had decided to keep Saratoga in the Pacific after Hornet was sunk, do you think USS Robin would still have happened? They did. Saratoga was the carrier that USS Robin was operating alongside. Basically, by the end of 42, the US Navy was almost completely out of carriers, because Ranger was Ranger, and no one in their right mind was ever going to put Ranger into a frontline combat role. The closest she got was something like Torch, where they could pretty much guarantee that she wasn't going to come up against massed, well-trained anti-shipping strike aircraft. So ignoring Ranger, that basically left the US Navy with Enterprise and Saratoga. Enterprise had taken a ton of damage during the Guadalcanal campaign and basically mostly the Guadalcanal campaign and Eastern Solomons and Santa Cruz Islands. So she needed to go in for repairs. She'd stayed out in a battered state whilst Saratoga was being repaired, because Saratoga had been torpedoed much earlier. And so while Enterprise was in dock, basically the US Navy was down to Saratoga. And then Saratoga operated with Robin, so at least they had two carrier hulls until Enterprise came out of dock, and then everything kept rolling on from there. Kaiju Director, who was the Royal Navy's best admiral before Nelson? That is a question that will get you into a massive rugby scrum of an argument in naval history circles. You can make cases for John Jervis, Earl St. Vincent, who was effectively the immediate predecessor to Nelson. I mean, just look at a bunch of Royal Navy ship names. Anson, Howe, Rodney. That's all for the classic Asia Sahel. Robert Blake from the Commonwealth period. George Monk from the same period. Drake. Not that Drake's a particularly brilliant admiral. He's an excellent privateer. Drake's a very good privateer. Drake's a very good combat man for fighting the Spanish. I wouldn't necessarily class him as the world's best admiral, though. And that's the last of the Iron Brew, so we're now living on borrowed time, as they say. Now I have some chips, although they've all gone sadly cold, so yeah, that's not nice. They're going back in the oven. Well, they weren't in the oven. They're from a fish and chip shop, but they will go into the oven to reheat them. Hayden Lingser, keep up the good work. I will try. Thank you very much. Arrow, how did navies deal with wood rot on ships used in fresh water, like the War 82 on the Great Lakes? They didn't, basically. A lot of the Great Lakes ships were built of green wood and not expected to last all that long. Yeah, so they basically dealt with it by just going, yeah, it's going to get sunk, so, or it's going to rot out, or the war's not going to last long enough, so we don't care. Occasionally, perhaps at the start and maybe a little bit afterwards, they would plan on a ship being around for a lot longer, so they would season it quite considerably and keep the paintwork up, but really that's pretty much the extent of what they could do at the time. Cow to Face, Germans had Fritz X, Brits had Tall Boys. Did the US and Japan have similar bombs meant for or used against ships? Well, the US had the Bat, which was kind of it was an early radar homing missile. Well, radar homing missile? Radar homing bomb with wings attached to it, I guess would probably be a more accurate description. Actually, technically one of the most advanced weapons out there, because it was, able to home in on its own. It just had a distressing habit of locking on to anything that wasn't a ship. So as long as you launched as a ship that was in the middle of the ocean with no particularly large waves, you were fine. But if you launched it anywhere where there were islands, large waves, coral atolls, literally anything else that gave off a radar return, the Bat had a distressing ability to decide it wanted to blow that up instead. As far as the Japanese, well, they had the Oka, the cherry blossom, which was, basically a kamikaze guided missile. Yeah, so there's the pigeon bomb. The Bat's better. John Ashley Smith saying he was going to admonish Drac for his terrible blank. What is the mystery? What was the terrible thing you were going to admonish me for? The world wants to know. Knife discipline. Was that in the... that was in the 18th century naval cooking. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from on that, watching the video. On the other hand, I do medieval reenactment. Both myself and my wife are well used to wielding swords and knives and other implements of destruction in close proximity to each other. So, yeah, I acknowledge it's probably not safe for most people, but on the other hand, we do know what we're doing when it comes to blades. Albeit that, yes, but probably... See, the thing is, a lot of people said, oh, your knives are really blunt. I challenge you to find anything that could have cut through that salt beef. Without looking like it was blunt. Maybe that particular knife could have used a little bit of more sharpening, but trust me, after those comments, I went back with everything up to and including a straight razor, and that stuff don't cut easily. Yeah. Michael O'Brien, it's June 1947. Really? Okay. And the Japanese Navy has asked you to design a destroyer, light cruiser, heavy cruiser, battleship, and aircraft carrier with any features from World War II. June 40. Well, they can't have battleships or carriers because the treaty says that they've had to sign to end the war says they can't have them. In fact, it's going to be very difficult to get anything, apart from maybe destroyers. But, I mean, to be honest, in 47, given that the Japanese infrastructure and war industry is in complete ruins and everyone's staring at them very heavily to try and make sure that they don't, kick off where they left off, I think at that point, if they're asking me... is that IJN or UN? It's very difficult to tell. I'm going to take it as UN because then you can actually do so. UN, I would probably go with basically taking the radar, fire control systems, and hull and propulsion of a gearing and slapping the 4.5-inch British guns on them. Light cruiser. If you're defining a light cruiser as 6-inch guns, but that's probably, again, the thing is, in 1947, there's really not a lot of people still building big warships. At that point, you basically want something like the Worcester, except, again, replace it with the 6-inch twins that eventually went on the Tigers and were planned for the Minotaurs, because they actually work for more than 10 seconds. The heavy cruiser, you're going to be hard-pressed to beat out a Des Moines, to be perfectly honest. Battleship, maybe a Vanguard with 1650s. And an aircraft carrier, Midway, maybe stick the plans for Midway and Malta into a blender and see what comes out. This is the thing, is the Russians are starting off with the Sverdlovs, but it's going to take a few more years for the Russian level of Russian naval technology to catch up. The French are basically trying to piece together what was left of their World War II navy. The Italians aren't allowed to build anything. The Germans definitely can't. The Japanese definitely can't. So you're basically just hybridizing bits and pieces that work from the British and American ships for the most part. I've got people commenting about the salt beef. I've got cleavers. Heck, actually, where's it gone? A few days after I recorded that video, this thing arrived from, for those of you who know about medieval stuff and like watching medieval videos, this is something I bought from Todd's workshop. I'm pretty sure that'll go through the salt beef. And I'm also pretty sure it's sharp. It comes out. Yes, that's come fairly sharp as well. So when I get to dicing more of it up to eat, I'll be using that. But yeah, I've got stuff that can cut it. It's just, as I said in the video, it's like, I could use a cleaver. I just don't want to cut through the table as well, because that'd be irritating. Hendog says, this is for more Iron so Drax voice stays living. Thank you very much. Mad Max fan 2002. Why do some battleships in World War II have their aircraft facilities amidships, Bismarck and King George V, while others have them aft, South Dakota and Iowa? This was basically a design choice by the various navies. You can have more aircraft facilities amidships because there's more space. But the US Navy generally considered amidships aircraft facilities. They did try them. You look at some of their earlier interwar cruisers, they do actually have those amidships facilities, but they eventually decided that they actually took up too much space and were a potential fire hazard amidships, which, to be fair, the first Battle of Savo Island did kind of show they could be. And they wanted to use that amidship space for other stuff, so they ended up moving, in their later designs, moving the aircraft facilities aft, which meant the aircraft were more exposed generally and also harder to retrieve, because with an midships aircraft facility you could actually have the aircraft taxi up alongside and be craned on. You could kind of do that with the stern mounted ones, but you were a lot closer to being in the ship's wake, which made it a little bit more dangerous and difficult. So it was kind of a balance risk reward thing again. So ease of operational use versus danger to the ship, and what other uses can we put the amidship space for? So everyone came up with their own little ways of dealing with that, and it's just who prioritizes what. Daniel Taylor, not from Todd Cutler. Yes, it's Todd's Cutler. Well, as Todd will tell you in any of his videos of Todd Cutler and Todd's workshop. But yeah, that is a Todd Cutler knife rather than a Todd's Workshop one. I'm not that rich. There's a bunch of other stuff down there as well that came with it. It's like a messer and a dagger and a mace and everything else. But anyway, Ryan Frederick, how do we find out who the madman driving USS Enterprise at Santa Cruz was? Actually, the CV6 website, the website cv6.com, I think is called, has a massive amount of information on USS Enterprise CV6, shockingly. I would suspect if anywhere easily accessible is going to have the answer, it's probably somewhere in there. And if it's not, you can probably work out from there where, in probably the US National Archives, the answer is. In fact, I think, if I remember correctly, someone somewhere, possibly on that Drydock, may have actually commented with a name they think it might be. So yeah. Oh, you'd be amazed what's lying around here. I've got 2 sets of headphones, an insulated bottle, can of compressed air for the keyboard, unopened envelope of naval photos, naval photo album, bag of medals, Dulux paint shot, more posters, suicidal muffin. Yeah, there's a lot. Oh, there's a bunch of parcel tape I hadn't realised I still had. That's cool. Oh yeah, this thing. It's one of, I forget what the name of it exactly is, but it's one of these weird shapes that rolls like a ball, even though it's blatantly not spherical. Anyway, Mark Bass, HMS Victory versus USS Constitution 1797 and USS Constellation 1854. Unless USS Constellation 1854 is, hang on, is that the sloop they've got preserved? Let me just So, yeah, sloop of war. What's it armed with? I just want to check if it's got shell guns. It's got some 20-pounder Parrott rifles. 32-pounder long guns. Ah, yes, it's got shell guns. Okay. With the Constellation having shell guns, there is a chance for... There is a chance for the Constellation Constitution pairing to work. I was thinking the sloop of war and Constitution, well, the 2 frigates, and to be honest, even though Constitution's a pretty tough frigate, 2 frigates versus a ship of the line, unless you end up with a Droit de l'Homme type situation, is never going to end well for those frigates. But with Constellation having a bunch of shell guns, that may change things. But it is still going to be it's going to need a remarkable degree of ship handling by the 2 American ships, because basically, yes, Constellation can chew away HMS Victory with using those shell guns, but if it ends up in range of Victory's guns and Victory gets a good broadside off of it, that's pretty much going to be the end of Constellation, which is pretty much the story for any time frigates or sloops try to confront ships of the line. James Walton, had Ingerhull engaged Warrender, what would have been the most likely result of the engagement, and what would the consequences have been going forward? Yeah, I did answer this at some point. I can't remember whether it was in a recorded Drydock or in one of these lives. I mean, Warrender's going to have to, it's not going to be a British victory. There's no way the British can win that. The big question at that point is how the engagement happens. Basically, is Warrender boxed in to a point that he can't leave? Because Warrender's top speed for his squadron, the one salvation he might have, is that he can move at 21 or just over 21 knots. Space Big Shovel has noticed the suicidal muffin. Yeah, and the German fleet at this point is still stuck at a much lower maximum speed because of the older design ships that are accompanying it. So if the High Seas fleet shows up to the south, somewhere in the sort of the southwest to southeast arc of Warrender, and Warrender realizes, oh, it's the whole High Seas Fleet, this is bad, he can motor off in to the north and escape, hopefully, without too much issue. Now, the Germans could, in theory, start trying to chase him down with their more modern ships, but then that runs the risk of a small number of German modern ships overhauling Warrender, and then it's more of an equal gunfight, which is not what the Germans want. Whereas if either first scouting group can bracket him in from the kind of the northwest to northeast arc, or maybe the High Seas Fleet somehow manages to hook round, and basically if they can cut off his line of escape, Warrender's squadron will be destroyed. If they can't cut off his line of escape, Warrender is going to hightail it out of there, almost certainly, and can do. So, Tobias Gregory, read the Dardanelles in 1915. Was Admiral Carden's squadron effectively a sacrificial lamb intended to suffer heavy losses, and thus should he have tried to push through if he could? It wasn't intended to suffer heavy losses, but it was supposed to be, if necessary, we will take these losses. We can afford to lose some of these ships in furtherance of a much larger goal. They came very close to being able to push through. Well, at least we know that now. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's a little bit difficult to disentangle hindsight from what they may or may not have known at the time and what effect everything was having on crew morale, etc. But if you want to be absolutely in the abstract, then yes, he should have tried to push through if he could, but you can easily also understand why he didn't. Message retracted, apparently. Uncapping Badger, World War I and World War II specific. When new ships were developed, why didn't they build just one, work out the kinks before building the entire line rather than correcting the mistakes later, saving money? Basically time, and yeah, it's a mixture of time and also the need to keep your shipyards running. Because yes, in theory you would want to build one prototype, work out everything, and then build a mass batch. But one, you're not building massive batches a lot of the time, especially with capital ships. Maybe with destroyers and stuff they sometimes do, but with big cruisers or battleships, you're usually not doing enough of a production run to justify splitting them into two bits. And you've got to keep those shipyards occupied. Given how long it takes to build a battleship, if you just say to all your battleship building yards and all your battleship gun infrastructure, etc., no, we're going to spend 2 years building it, another year outfitting it and commissioning it, another year on trial runs, so 4 years, and then we're going to go back and make probably another year of design revisions. All your battleship building yards at that point are out of business, apart from the one that builds the prototype, won't have any business for 5 years. So they can't really afford that. So it's at that point, and also, to be honest, in 5 years, technology will have advanced and moved on. So everything you've just done testing that prototype battleship is, to some extent, irrelevant, because everyone's going to be sitting there going, yes, but while you were doing that, this new anti-aircraft gun's come out. We've come up with this new design for shells, this new design for the main guns. What about this new torpedo defense system? And you just end up going round and round and round and round in circles. Sean Mack, have you heard of Operation Paul in regards to HMS Glorious, and do you think it's credible the captain was used as a full man? I have heard of it. This is the idea that Glorious was supposed to be, there was supposed to be some kind of long-range bombing mission launched off of the ship, and it was all hushed up afterwards to so it didn't offend the Swedes. It's possible, but I haven't seen anything like enough documentation to make a decision one way or the other. The thing is, it's got elements of plausibility to it and elements of fantasticalness to it as well. And the thing is, in World War II, there's enough stuff that is actually straight up fantastical that you can't just write it off because of that. But simultaneously, I haven't done enough research myself looking at what primary documents may or may not be available in order to make a hard and fast decision one way or another on it as of yet. And lockdown and not being able to get to the archives hasn't helped with that, but I always prefer to look through either multiple sources if we're talking about basically secondary sources, written books by modern historians. I always prefer to look through kind of at least 3, if not more, different sources, and or refer back all the way to primary sources. And there's not enough written for me, there's not enough written about Operation Paul, and I haven't been able to read enough of the sources that are supposed to have been the basis of those writings for me to make a personal decision one way or another on the plausibility of something as potentially controversial as that. Thank you very much, Superfest and Ronnie Ars. Lukas Jansk asks, can you recommend an English or German speaking source for studying German light cruisers from the interwar era? I put the flipping poster up, didn't I? I keep doing this. Yes. I think I remember the name. Let me just double check. Yes, German Light Cruisers of World War II by Gerhard Koop and Klaus-Peter Schmolke, I think. Koop and Schmolke, they do a really nice series of books. They've got German Light Cruisers, pocket battleships, battleships of the Scharnhorst class, heavy cruisers, etc., etc. They do a really nice set of insert type of German type of World War II. That are pretty good little summaries and places to work off of for that kind of stuff. So yeah, definitely recommend those. And they're not too expensive either. So yeah, that's a definitely good starting point, and then you can kind of work out from there, especially from the bibliography, where you want to go further. Casper T. Hiedbrink asks, you said during the last voyage of Bismarck that a submarine could have sunk one of the British carriers if it had torpedoes. Yeah, one of the German U-boats said they saw Ark Royal and could have had it in their sights, except for the fact they'd run out of torpedoes going after merchant ships. What would the consequences have been if it had happened? I can't remember off of the top of my head if that was before or after they'd launched the decisive swordfish strike. If it was after they'd launched the swordfish strike, it would have been annoying for the British losing Ark Royal, or getting it badly damaged, but it wouldn't have changed the overall outcome. If it was before, then obviously Bismarck, if it doesn't get hit in the rudder area, then it probably makes it home. Ed Gee, hey, it's an old question but new to the channel. Did the German World War II Navy have a fighting chance, or was it dependent on its U-boats? If you're talking about a straight-up fight with the Royal Navy, no, it didn't have a fighting chance. It didn't have anywhere near enough ships. It started the war with effectively no really effective light cruisers. Emden could sail in the ocean, but was old design. The Königsbergs were a newer design, but incredibly fragile and not really full ocean capable. The Royal Navy had loads of light cruisers. The Germans had some good destroyer designs, some somewhat questionable destroyer designs. Then they went and lost a bunch of their destroyers in the Norwegian campaign, and they didn't have anywhere near as many as the Royal Navy to begin with. Heavy cruisers, they were basically, they had Hipper, Blucher and Prinz Eugen. Blucher ended up getting sunk very quickly. They had Deutschland, Scheer and Graf Spee. Graf Spee got sunk very quickly. So the German, and even if without those, the Germans had fewer heavy cruisers total than the Royal Navy had of any one class, with the possible exception of the Exeters, available at any one time. And that's only because the Exeter or York class only amounted to 2 ships total. And then battleships, you've got the Scharnhorsts and the Bismarcks, but even if they're all contemporaneous, which again they weren't, in service, you got 4 battleships. The Royal Navy starts off with 15 and more incoming. So, yeah, their World War II, the Kriegsmarine did not have a fighting chance if it went up in a straight-up gunfight with the Royal Navy, and they knew that. But they tried to do other things with their smaller fleet. That's Animal saying with it. Animal 16365 says, what was the effect of closing Armstrong Whitworth on the Royal Navy? There was a loss of knowledge and a loss of manufacturing capability, obviously. But some of that got absorbed into other companies as well. To be honest, that's the closing of Armstrong's as a going entity is kind of post my period, so the analysis of that I'm not the best person to ask, unfortunately. If we're talking about the same thing, which I think hopefully we are. The American potato named Phil asks, why does the US government hate the pre-war carriers? Saratoga and Enterprise didn't deserve what they got. That is, yeah. It is annoying, isn't it? I mean, given how many large museum ships the US had, the Enterprise not getting it museum ship status is a real kick in the teeth for any naval historian. Saratoga, I can kind of understand. I mean, also especially considering how many Essex class got preserved as museum ships. Saratoga, I can kind of understand. It is a shame that she got expended in atomic bomb testing, but they kind of did want to understand how a fleet carrier would react to an atomic bomb, and that was pretty much the only one they had that wasn't Enterprise that they felt they could expend. Ranger wouldn't have offered that many useful lessons. It was too small. So, yeah, Saratoga is a pity, but I can see the logical reason why. Enterprise is just... It's going to raise your blood pressure, whatever happens with Enterprise. Because it should have been preserved. It really, really should. Paul from Chicago, where did mysterious U-boats go after World War II? Wrong answers only. Okay, if wrong answers only, secrets, they were split between the secret under-ice Nazi Antarctican base, and some of the others were taken to the secret Nazi moon base, where, of course, they went on to build a gigantic clockwork Death Star. William Potts drink. Well, I'm out of Iron Brew. The Legacy. Oh no, this is Nosdormo89. In your opinion, what ship should not be a museum ship? Oh, that is a nasty one. Not a museum ship. I think any ship that's been preserved, presumably they preserved it for a reason, and therefore it should be around. The only time I would say a ship should not be a museum ship is either when it's been so badly taken care of, when to the point that it's basically rotting away so badly that it would be kinder to just sink it. I'm not offhand aware of any ships in that condition nowadays. I almost came that close with Texas, but she seems to be in much better hands now than she was at the time I did that original Texas video. The ships. The only other way I'd say a ship should not be a museum ship is where you have the option for something that would be a much better one. So as I say, there's a bunch of Essex class lying around as museum ships in the US, and I would quite happily swap pretty much any of them if we could swap it for Enterprise. I mean, I understand why Hornet's there because of her role, mostly because of her, obviously, her war record, but also her role in helping out with the moon landings and that kind of stuff. the US space program. But if someone said, if you sign this bit of paperwork, we will take one of the Museum Essexes away and swap it for Enterprise CV6, I'd instantly go for that. The problem is there's not that many other museum ships which are like of a certain size and preserved that you could easily swap for another ship of a similar size. Because I mean, it's like, much as I'd love to have Dreadnought or Vanguard around, I don't think I could swap M33 for it. The little monitor that's in Portsmouth Dockyard. The Legacy asks, what is the song at the start of your non-Drydocks, so the Wednesday and Saturday videos? It's called The Last Warrior, or at least it was called The Last Warrior on the royalty-free site I got it from. I've got a full-length copy if people want it, because it's only obviously the opening 30 seconds. And I can feel my voice beginning to go. Oh dear. If something like the Forrestal Fire happened... This is Wesley Johnson, by the way. If something like the Forrestal Fire happened on a US carrier launching a strike of World War II, not due to enemy action, what would the already launched aircraft do? In 90% of all cases, probably just fly to another US carrier. At the beginning, in the late 1942, there might be more of a problem because there might not be another US carrier. They might have to ditch near the destroyers. But by late 43 and then 44, 45, it would just be, I guess we go over to that carrier over there, or that one over there, or that one over there. Where, of course, you will get your plane horribly graffitied if it stays still for more than 15 seconds, but better than going into the drink. Sean King and 59. Every US ship ever used in World War II versus every German and Japanese ship ever used in World War II. Neither side gets aircraft carriers and it happens in open waters. Who wins this gunnery duel? The US Navy. The US Navy by a long way. The US Navy would have all 15 of its pre-war battleships, plus 2 North Carolinas, plus 4 South Dakotas, plus 4 Iowas. So they'd have 10 modern fast battleships versus, Yamato Musashi, Bismarck Tirpitz, maybe Scharnhorst and Eisenhower as the fast battleship category. So it's 10 versus 6 in the fast battleship category, and then it's 15 versus 10 in the pre-war battleship category. Because you've got, not even that actually, it's because you've got Nagato, the Nagatos, the Fusos, and the Issei, that's 6. The Congos, they're going to have to be in the battle line even though they're battle cruisers, so that's only your 10, and then you've got the 15, most of which are standards. So yeah, and then cruisers, as we've established, the Germans really don't bring all that much to the cruiser game, and the Americans have stupid amounts. If you talk about every one they've used, so all the Omahas, Pensacola's, Northamptons, Portland's, New Orleans, Cleveland's, Atlanta's, Baltimore's. I don't know if you can make a technical argument about the Des Moines or not, but probably that doesn't actually really matter all that much, to be honest. Brooklyn's. Yeah, there's just a lot. And then don't even go there with the destroyers. There's probably more Fletchers than there are German destroyers total. And once you get the gearings involved, and it's combined combined German-Japanese Navy is going to be so hilariously outnumbered by the US Navy, it's not even funny. And that, at least for the minute, has brought us to the end of the Super Chat questions, and I think I've probably got about 10 minutes left on my voice, so understand me, I do apologise. So many of you asking questions in the chat, but unfortunately that is the way these Patreon Drydock live streams go. Don't forget we do have now we are doing the mid-month purely questions from chat live streams as well, so that'll probably be on the 16th. That's on Saturdays, isn't it? So that'll be on the 17th. Saturday the 17th of April will be I'm just taking questions from the live stream one, but I'll try and get through as many as possible before around about 11:30. Flipping heck, I've been doing this for 4 hours 20 minutes. No wonder I've run out of iron brew. Oh boy. Okay. Nosdorm 89. The Battleship New Jersey did a video on nuclear powered battleships. They said it wouldn't work. Your thoughts? Yeah, I saw that video. I pretty much agree. There's nuclear, but well, everything they say is very valid, and my own personal opinion on nuclear powered battleships basically comes down to, with a nuclear powered anything, you probably should only put nuclear power plants in something that you are counting on most of the time either not being directly shot at or being incredibly heavily defended, and therefore you're not really thinking it's going to be sunk outside of very exceptional circumstances. So carriers fit that because the planes are supposed to do the fighting over there, and they've got this whole escort group around them. Subs are inherently stealthy, so unless something's gone horribly wrong, hopefully you shouldn't be losing the subs. Battleships are designed to go up to effectively visual range and duke it out with each other with massive guns. Even if your battleship doesn't get sunk, there's every chance it might get very badly damaged, and that massively increases the risks to, well, the ship, but also the reactor. This thing, you can take a shell hit to your engine room or your boiler room, and well, unless you're hood, you might lose some power or whatever, and that's bad, but it's not irrecoverable. And even if it means you have to pull out the battle, or even if it means you get sunk, it in and of itself, it's not a massive disaster for literally everybody concerned. Whereas if you're in a nuclear powered battleship and someone puts a 16-50 shell straight through a nuclear reactor, that's probably not going to be doing good things for anybody on a much, much larger scale than a boiler or whatever. Fred Veith, are you surprised? I'm surprised my voice has lasted this long, to be honest. Yeah, and I've still got my chips to eat. Taylor LaRue, was Richelieu the best battleship at war? I wouldn't necessarily say she's the best battleship, period, but I would certainly put her in contention for one of the best treaty battleships. I mean, okay, fair enough. There's not that many ships that actually stuck to the treaty, but for the pool of 35,000-ton ostensible battleships, Richelieu is up there in contention for the top spot. I mean, you're going to be facing off against a fairly stiff competition from the South Dakotas, but it's there still. Nick Boy 302, instead of cruisers, would the Royal Australian Navy have been better destroyer spamming akin to the Royal Canadian Navy? Not really. The Australian Navy's needs in World War I and World War II are more built around the need for larger, long-range capital ships. So, yeah, I think they still needed cruisers. Apart from anything, they're sitting right next to the Japanese, effectively. And the Japanese love their big ships. Jim Talbot, SS Richard Montgomery, clear out or empty? Clear out and empty, or leave forever where it is? If clear out, how do you do it? That is the problem. I mean, theoretically, you'd want to clear it out or empty it, but I can't think of a safe way to do so because it's full of, like, 70, 80-year-old explosives that have spent the last almost a century degrading. Yeah, ideally it should be cleared out and emptied, but how you do that without setting off a 4-kiloton detonation, I don't know. Alpine Lackland, one-hit reactor scrams dead in the water. Yeah, and you just hope there's not a massive hole in it. Smiling Nid, if the ships at Jutland had been nuclear, would Europe still be habitable? With the Queen Mary Invincible, Indefatigable in defence going up, well, and Permern for that matter, there'd certainly be some very interesting fish coming up out of the middle of the North Sea. Jim Smith and I were using nukes in a battle, and actually could be doable given the range of the 16-inch 50s and the blast radius of the nuclear shells. Derp Squad. So yeah, this is the thing. I don't know that much about shipborne nuclear reactors because it's far past my time. He says any sharp impact to the ship would likely cause the reactor to scram for safety. The ship would then take a single hit to do a really good South Dakota impression. Yeah, that's not helpful. Aluminium fence. Based on the size of an image, how big would you say Godzilla and King Kong are? I'm going to wait for the movie to come out. I mean, there's the horrible abomination of an Arleigh Burke crossed with an Iowa in that film. I know that much. Oriel Jose Okoa. Well, the Iowas really expected to fight Kirovs. Not 1-to-1, I don't think. Given that the anti-aircraft defences of an Iowa in the 80s amounted to CIWS, which is, with the best will in the world, not going to stop granites. But surface action, group to surface action group, yeah, I guess, probably. IO2, what if the Royal Navy had decided to complete all 4 Audacious class carriers? What butterflies are likely to result from this? Probably actually good ones, because if they've got all 4 Audacious class, they don't need to go through that horrific bodge job of a refit they did to Victorious, which means the Royal Navy might get to keep its carriers slightly longer, which would be nice. Favourite Cold War era missile-armed warship by looks? Yeah, that's a question. I don't know half of the ships from the Cold War by looks. I mean, I don't even know half the ships of the Cold War, to be perfectly honest. Any missile-armed warship, the Kirovs look nice, but there could be half a dozen others that look better that I just don't know about. Michael Mackenzie, we have HMS Cavalier preserved. Which pre-war / early war Royal Navy destroyer would you like to see preserved? I'd like the UK to have its own tribal. I mean, Canada's got the Hyder, but I would have liked us to have one of the few surviving tribals. Yeah, or maybe something like Matchless. Smiling Nid, what is the craziest, most obscure ship you wish there was a scale model of? The thing is, there is a bunch of people who do some really obscure ships in resin modelling. You'd really have to be reaching, but I'd say probably craziest or most obscure ships, probably either some of the absolutely nutty Greco-Roman era warships, although they'd probably come as wooden kits, or some of the slightly more out there ironclads like the French double-decker broadside ironclad. There don't seem to be too many of those kinds of things. Colton Shout, thoughts on Michael Bay's Pearl Harbor? I used to really hate it. I still kind of do. But in terms of most visually offensive World War II naval film, actually, it's believe it or not, actually been displaced by Midway, because despite, blowing up a bunch of FFG-7s and stuff and having loads of shots of the modern US Navy under attack by the Imperial Japanese Navy, at least when Michael Bay paid for the CGI at Pearl Harbor, he actually bothered to buy more than one model. So if you freeze frame Michael Bay's Pearl Harbor, you can at least see and work out which ships are which, as opposed to Midway, which wants you to believe that everything, including the US Navy fleet oilers, were Pennsylvania-class battleships. Okay, so we just hit 1/2 past. So let's do a couple more questions, and then I am going to take, I think, some well-earned break to have some food. When Rommel asked, do you think it would be possible to rebuild a CV6? Yeah, if someone's got the money. There's nothing... The plans for a Yorktown carrier are known. There's nothing particularly radical about it. I'm pretty sure any one of the larger US Navy shipyards could probably put together a half-decent replica. AC Fan Gaming, any chance of an aircraft operations video? Maybe. I think that's probably more military aviation history's territory. Maybe there's a collaboration there because of the interface between carriers and aircraft, but yeah, it's a little bit too high altitude. Yeah, I mean, as you know, I'm not American, and I got properly offended by the way that Midway butchered the Arizona sinking scene. It just makes me angry thinking about it. Fred Veith, if you have to get to bring back a pre-1900 warship, you have to use it as a houseboat or your resident, which one do you pick? Since it was used as a troop ship briefly in the early 1860s, I'm going to pick the Great Eastern just because it would be hilarious to have I don't know where I'd put it, but I don't know what many other people could do to stop me if I had the Great Eastern as my residence. Especially if I could just like parachute into a pre-cut trench in the middle of Surrey or something. So yeah, great. Good luck moving a 32,000-ton iron hulk out of the middle of Surrey. I think I'm here to stay. Oh dear. Okay, final question. Absolute final question. Who have I not taken so far? I'm going to pick one. It's moving. The questions are moving quite a bit. Okay, I'll do this last one then. Well, two parts. So Lupus Aries, look out for the review of Midway that I've got coming up. Smiling Nid, what would be better, a Jutland movie or miniseries? If I was in charge, a 2.5 to 3 hour Jutland movie would be fantastic because movies get much higher budgets. And to be honest, to do justice to the battle, I think you're going to need a Hollywood movie scale budget. But I can see the attraction of a well-funded miniseries as well, but only if the studio is prepared to put the money into it to fund the proper CGI and model and props to do the actual battle itself. Just because there is a lot of background that you really ideally want to explain for a Jutland series. The battle itself is quite long. You could easily split it into... You could easily split it across a mini-series. You could probably easily split the actual battle itself into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 episodes. I'm thinking it'd be First Contact, Run to the South, and then run to the north, then the main engagement, and then the second engagement with the Death Rider, the battle cruisers, and then the night action. Yeah, you could easily do 5 episodes, and if it was a proper miniseries, hour-long episodes, there'd be 5 hours of the Battle of Jutland. It still wouldn't be as long as the actual battle, but it'd be quite fun to do. So yeah, a very well-funded proper miniseries would probably do more justice to the overall battle. But if you're going to do with that, unless you can guarantee that funding, I'd go for a movie, and it'd just have to be a fairly long movie. So yeah, like Primark says, the budget they're throwing at WandaVision or Mandalorian, that'll do it. Yeah. Okay, so at 4 hours, 34 minutes and 40 seconds, I'm going to call it there. Thank you very much for listening, everyone. Thank you very much for watching. Well, I think we peaked at almost 1,000 viewers, and there's currently 846 of you. So, yeah, if you, I apologise. There's just not enough hours in the day. But if I can just mention, yeah, obviously we will be doing our purely from the live stream questions on the 16th, not the 16th, on the 17th, Saturday the 17th of April. So if you really wanted a question answered, you didn't get it answered today, sorry about that, but hopefully better luck on the 17th. So see you then, and good night.